Mic check. Checking mics. I don't do mint, Turtle Qwerty. Sorry. Mint just ain't my thing. Thank you, Dark Angel Sword. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Travis. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, General Strife. Oh, this is going to be fire? No, this is going to be, what's the opposite of fire, but also lamer? It'll be that. I guess I should switch the camera over. Hi! It's me! Welcome! And welcome to another, whatever the heck you call these things. Little bit earlier than normal. I mean, I haven't streamed in a while, so I figured we'd do it at a different time slot, but it's still on Saturday. It's still technically evening, or it's gonna be there. How's everybody doing tonight? I want to use my thing. I guess I could just use it as a separate monitor and put the chat. I didn't think about that. Next time. But I have that Elgato thing that's like, oh, you can use it for your stream chat. It only works with Twitch. Everything only ever works with Twitch. YouTube, your streaming sucks so hard, nobody cares anymore. You excited for daylight savings? Deadman and so what? Like, they just need to get rid of daylight savings. It's a waste of everybody's time. Hey, Gavin, I'm doing all right. It's been kind of a crap day. First thing that happened to me this morning was I was gonna lay down in bed to watch a new video from one of my favorite YouTubers, and my bowl of Apple Jacks slipped out of my hands and got all over my pillows and everything. So, yeah, it's been one of those days. It's a great way to start it. Got a new try-on, Billy. I like them try-ons. It's a good one. You need a new primary? Well, there's several in this list. It might also be like getting fodder for video stuff. See what people are interested in. It's mainly because Twitch chat is IRC oriented, YouTube isn't. That's why nothing works for YouTube. That makes sense. All the fun stuff that I'd like to do doesn't work. It's all Twitch only, and I don't have a following on Twitch, so... I know, Gar, not the Apple Jacks. I was so excited, too, because I haven't had Apple Jacks in a long time, and honestly, they weren't very good. I don't know what happened. They just weren't very good. Found a whiteout Maverick. Cool thing I bought. That's a good one. That's a good one. Nice find, the forgotten dude. Not gonna lie, just got some Apple Jacks today. Sale down to $3 a box. Had to. That's exactly what happened to me. Deflagration. Is that Safeway? And I'm like, well, I can get Apple Jacks for like $3. Heck yeah. Got three boxes of it. I'm doing okay, Mr. Cressman. Man, my wife is going ham on my Discord right now. I guess we're having fish sticks for dinner. You like fish sticks in your mouth, chat? Give me a Y if you like fish sticks in your mouth. Hey, Silver Squid Mods, I can't help you. It's on auto. Everybody who knows right now is grinning like an idiot. I'm not going to say it, but if you know, you know. You made a video about the Sweetheart Storm. Now we need a Saber at Apex Prime. I am not buying a Saber at Apex Prime. It's not going to happen. It would be a cool video, but it's not ever going to give me a return on investment, so. And I don't need one. I already have the best. Honestly, I'll probably take this over a Saber any day of the week now. Oh, look at that. It's chroma keyed out. It's kind of hard to mess against perfection. Ugh. What's your opinion? What's the best N-Strike Elite blaster? The Jolt, Mason. The Jolt. The N-Strike Elite Jolt. Get an LN02 instead of a Saber XPX Prime. What is the LN02? LN01 was the inverted scales, wasn't it? How do you feel about RC cars? I've got my, like, $300, you know, Toyota, the A86 in the background of my videos, Deadman Joe. been wondering, Walcom, why would you ever follow a subscriber to your home? That's like following someone that says, look, man, I had my friend with me. We were feeling pretty confident, and we figured if things went south, we could take him. And it just turns out Robert was an awesome guy. What's the worst Nerf blaster of 2024, Chaunch? We'll find out, I'm sure. So, before we begin, let's bring up the thing. Boink. Ooh, we're gonna have to, like, really figure this out, because the chat's kind of in the way. Chat, you're always in the way. You should feel bad. And we grab this. Let's make our Walcom shrink a wee bit. Something like that. Let's grab our internet capture. We'll make that a little bit bigger. Something. There we go. So, can you take a look over that list right there? And if you see anything glaringly obvious missing, let me know. That'd be great. You'd really help me out. Loving the background animation. There's an anime girl somewhere in it. I just cropped her out of it. Hold on. Yeah, there's some anime girl. It's just like, I can actually just, like, kind of put it right here. I like the dark clouds. Something like that. It's going, Red Falcon. How about you? Why is there Dart Zone in here? This is clickbait. Yeah, it's totally clickbait. Because every single time we do just like a Nerf only tier list, everybody asks where the pro stuff is. This time I'm going to throw the pro stuff in. But the other thing I want to point out is I think from now on, maybe we should only rank this on value. Is that fair, chat? Because I feel like value is like the biggest thing. And I almost want to say ranking all 2024 Nerf blasters by value. Because, like, if we just do performance, that's going to absolutely kaput this entire list. Like, we should be able to... What's the term? We should be able to weigh performance, but it shouldn't be the only metric. Yeah, Q-Man, that's pretty much it. I don't know how well... It's one of those things, right? I'm guilty of this, and it's something that I've tried to figure out. How much does value weigh in, or how much does performance weigh in to the actual value of the blaster? Because it's not entirely fair, because there are products on this list that are clearly not meant for ages 8 and up. And there's products here that clearly meant for ages 14 and up, and like comparing the two is really hard, because we're like, oh, here's this thing, but this thing hits harder, therefore this thing wins. I feel like they should be valued within their own ecosystem, because there's gonna be pro performance blasters that are not worth it. I could be wrong. Where's the sender? Right there, right? That's a sender. Here's the torrent. I'm pretty sure we're good. Why would you add the torrent and not the other pro? They're both right there. Are they not? Sender, torrent. You guys gaslighting me, chat? What the heck? Come on now. I want to point out that the Nerf wiki was completely useless for this, by the way, which made this entire getting all of these blasters kind of annoying. It's in the chat. It's right there. It's on the side of the chat. Oh, I'm being gaslit by my own stream chat. Oh. Fury X technically came out in Europe in 2024. I called it the best Nerf blaster 2025. I skipped that. I also skipped the Clip Mania. I think the Clip Mania technically would count as a 2024 blaster. I think Danny got his in October. Maybe November. So, yeah, I don't know. So, with the Javelin M4X actually we call it the Javelin Max. I've been calling it that, Vesic, but I'm not sure if that was intended by Spitfire. Yep, Walmart had the Clipmania for Christmas. Nice to see you, Brian. Thanks for coming out. So do you think I should add the Clipmania on there, Brian? Because if you think it should be there, I will add it. How about that? I would add it. You got it. What Brian says happens, yo. Let's see here. Let's add a desktop folder 2. Say, oh my god, I don't want to save it as. There we go. And let's go to this. Choose files. Oh, there we go. It's added. Any other glaring omissions? Blaster should be measured based on the goal they're trying to accomplish. Oh, that's too broad of a term, Nate. I kind of get where you're going, but it's like, this thing claims to be, or it sets out to be a ward. It's a ward. I don't know. Waifu long shot? I don't think I got that until January. There's a Destiny revolver on clearance in my local game store. I mean, it was 50 USD. If you got it for like 25, 30, I'd say that's worth. Yeah. I hate that WED P. It's the worst. The Sprinter's epic. I actually kind of agree, but before we get too far into it, let's start. Oh my god, I don't have any. Hold on. I gotta bring up like Nerf Wiki. That's important. Oh my god. When there's just the longest. There we go. Nerf 2024 Wiki. I don't know why the Nerf Wiki is so bad. Oh! I was wondering why, like, everything sucked so hard. Oh, it's because Google got rid of uBlock Origin. So the internet's unusable now. I was like, what are these, like, ads all over the place? And I just realized that's what... I don't think Google realizes how bad the internet is because of ads now. If the internet wasn't so bad full of ads, people wouldn't use an ad blocker. It's ridiculous. Oh, I hate this. Oh, do I hate this. Anyway, this is the frickin' screen I'm going to have to deal with. I don't even... Is there even an ad blocker that works right now? Oh, gross and weird. Anyway, this is going to work. We're going to find a blaster. We're going to go through them in this order. And we're going to bring it up on the wiki. And we're going to talk about it and figure out where it belongs. We got S through F here. And it's more of a democratic thing. I will, of course, be the mediator. And I will pitch you ideas of how I personally feel. But the chat can influence things, and by the end we'll have all of these blasters ranked and we can talk about them. That's kind of how this works. It's a pretty fair. I would use Tier Maker's own like live stream capability where you guys could literally just vote on stuff. I tried for 3 hours and couldn't get it to work. I don't think it actually works. So let's start with the ever beloved blaster I have not even touched, but I can give you a good idea of what it's like. And that is, of course, the new Nerf. This is going to be a problem. Oh, this is going to be such a problem. Ads are the worst. Like, I'm not even trying to fool. This is horrible. Anyway, as you can barely see here because... There we go. The Nerf Shadow Storm from the new N-Series line. Because if you're living under a rock last year, Hasbro launched the brand new Nerf N-Series dart. As of right now, it is literally no different or anything than standard Nerf darts. It's a new dart, so Hasbro can sell it to you. They don't do anything unique or interesting yet. They're just Elite darts, but bigger. And therefore, they slightly work better. Slightly. The Shadow Storm is basically the inline or internal mag retaliator blaster. It did come with attachments, which I completely forgot about, even though, like, I don't know, last week I picked up the blaster and showed it off, and I haven't unboxed it. But you get the base blaster itself with an internal, I think it's 8-round mag, if I'm not mistaken. Then you've got a stock that doesn't do anything, so it's barely a stock. You've got a muzzle attachment that adds a long barrel and everything like that, and you got this little pinpoint sight. And it was a Target exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been the Walmart exclusive. I assume the wiki will tell me. Target exclusive in the US. So, does anybody in the chat have experience with this blaster? People are already rating it D tier. You got to make it give me a reason. That might be the new thing. You can't just say F tier, F tier. You got to give me a reason. Because otherwise, it's just like never going to work out. What are the good things about this blaster? Well, I assume it works. That's one. Internal mags are cool. I preferably like internal mags. I don't know how hard this is to load. You've got tons of attachment points on it. You got a rail right there. I assume a rail on the other side. Rails on the muzzle, the barrel attachment. You get a stock. It's one of the only blasters in the N-Series line that came with attachments other than the gear up pack. And performance is probably about okay. For 30 bucks, It's basically a new N-Series Retaliator knockoff, says bots. Yeah. Soda Popper says it's just okay, so D. Just okay being D doesn't sound right. It's an N-Series Shadow ICS, well that automatically makes it D tier. F tier for the non-N-Strike stock attachment point. Is it really non? Dorian, I heard somebody say it is N-Strike compatible. It's just it also has a different locking for N-Series stuff. I don't want to unbox it right now just to find out. Hi, Loco Lightning. Deflagration. I'll never understand how they hit the pinnacle of ammunition with foam blasters by having easy and functional magazines and decide, nah, internal mag, we want reloading to still be a challenge. I like internal mags, deflagration, so I'm not going to knock it for that. It's good to have both, in my opinion, but it works, easy to load, have run into HVZ for $30 is messy. I feel like that's actually a really good argument. It does seem like it's priced a bit too high. It doesn't seem that terrible. This seems like a really good starter point because it doesn't do anything aggressively wrong. No. It sets out and accomplishes what it wants to do. But is it actually rising above what it's set out to do? It really doesn't, right? It's the same blasters that we've pretty much gotten forever. It could be worse. It could be better. I feel like it's got a decent capacity for an internal mag. It came with attachments so people can have fun with that. But $30, $32, whatever it is, that's a bit much. Does it have slam fire? I actually don't know. Does it? It doesn't say anything about slam fire right here, so I assume it doesn't. I feel like it's a good starter point for us. Like, we can always go back to this, but it's not aggressively bad. I don't think the Shadow Storm is the worst. Vesic, you know what? It goes in C. It's a vanilla blaster that isn't great and it isn't bad. It's the Retaliator of the line. Dorian, does a single N-Series blaster have slam fire? That's a great question. Low C? Well, we only have one on here, so we can try to go back to that. Red Crusader. Nerf it has turned into, oh my god, it shoots a dark. $40. That's pretty much how it feels sometime. Hi, Sponge! I don't think a single N-Series blaster has slam fire. Well, that's disappointing. Hey, Captain Shotgun! N-Series does not have slam fire due to safety concerns. Well, my Infinite had slam fire, so get wrecked, nerds. Most N-Series doesn't. Slam fire actually runs into sound regulations. My brother, oh man. Oh, sound regulations? That's what we're worried about now? Think of the kids. Oh my goodness, think of the kids. Thank you, David. I appreciate you getting them. I mean, I understand the reasoning, Blaster Hub, but I don't know. I've never heard somebody grab like a Retaliator and be like, oh, this is too loud, it hurts my ears, or, you know, my news station, my local news being like, oh no, Hasbro created a blaster that deafened a child. Doesn't seem right. All right. Let's go into something that actually could have sound regulation issues, though, because this thing is legitimately insanely loud sometimes. But it is also obscenely powerful, and yet Maybe one of the more contentious blasters on this list, because that is the, I bet you the Nerf Wiki doesn't even freaking have it, does it? Who's running this thing? Okay, it doesn't even have it. Well, you're just going to have to take my word for it because we can't bring up a page. This is a Siren Muller. It is a rear, a magazine-fed bullpup pump action magazine fed. I said that out of order. Pump action bullpup magazine fed Springer. It has a couple of interesting things, although it looks kind of ugly as sin and may have the worst ergonomics of any blaster on this list. I'm almost willing to bet it has the worst ergonomics of any blaster on this list. It's not unusable, but it is god awful. However, it has pretty decent performance. For pro, it's actually kind of insane. The main gimmick with the Muller is that you can, it has like a little sliding locking thing at the front of it, like just above where the priming grip is, where you press the two little indents in, and there's 3 different performance settings, and the farther back you have it, the more the plunger, the travel for the prime goes back and catches, giving you more performance, with it maxing out at over 280 feet per second. I'm not joking. And that's a $40 blaster. It has really thick plastic on it, although it looks ugly as sin. And when it came out, as per usual, because we can never have nice things, pretty much everybody was having issues with them not being fully like sealed from the factory. So really nobody was getting the performance unless they took their blaster apart and just forced the 2 pieces together and then put it back together, which is insanity to me. I do feel like that was fumbled pretty hard, and it made my job a living hell because everybody thought I was some kind of massive shill for this thing I was lying through my teeth about, when in reality, my Muller worked perfectly fine. It also has slam fire. It doesn't have the ability for you out of the box to use a BCAR or a SCAR on it, which at the performance metrics it hits, it requires it. However, in my testing, it worked really good, and the video was proof of that. There wasn't, somebody behind me shooting a, modified Worker Harrier or anything like that. No, it was all that one blaster. And the priming grip doesn't have Picatinny rail underneath of it, so if it ever broke, or if you want to change it for something else to have better ergonomics, because the main grip ergonomics are the worst. It's like a block of wood. I don't know how it left the factory like that. You can't. But it does have a Picatinny rail, so you can't put a sight on it. All in all, for the price to performance, this thing literally beats out every single other blaster on this list by a country mile, and it had some uniqueness to it. And I feel like it was a pretty decent value, although it was a bit short-sighted in things it could have at that price point. So, that is my pitch for the Siren Muller. I'm not putting it in D tier, by the way. What do you guys think about the Siren Muller? B or C because of ergonomics. C's not bad because it does have some pretty glaring flaws. I don't think it's an A tier. So much wasted potential, I don't really like mine. Low C tier. See, that sucks, because I really do like mine. Hey, Rufus, nice to see you. Thanks for coming out. Everything is awarded or a jolt. Muller is B. The potential and the price are there, but really that tight barrel made for so many issues. That's fair. It was a metal barrel, though, at least. Kat Jameson, I'm autistic and sensitive to noise, so many blasters are uncomfortable loud to me. I think getting rid of slam fire for nice sound radius is a wrong call, but it'd be nice if things were quieter. I mean, making things quieter costs money, so I kind of get why it's not like that. You could have a super silent, really nice blaster. You could make literal perfection, and people will still complain about it somehow. I don't get it myself, but they do. So you can make a lot of blasters really nice and quiet, though. It just costs money. So maybe there's a market for that. Hey, nice to see you, Corey. Thanks for coming out. I see C or B, C or D, B tier, B tier, C tier, C tier, B tier, B minus. I mean, we could start off in B tier. I think the price to performance is pretty nuts. Has anyone... See, the problem is my Muller works fine. So you guys have to tell me, based on your Mauler, if it's actually a B or a C. I don't think it can rise above that. Apparently they're too tight, Boomer. HPA silent? HPA is like the loudest, Nate. It sounds like a literal gunshot. It's like shoot on 22 is like the same loudness as much HPA. Plot says his worked fine. Shed Logic actually does have one, and they say it's a B tier. I think we can comfortably put it in B tier. I know people hate them, and I just don't get that at all. When I did the video, everybody accused it of being like really thin, cheap plastic, even though that thing is built way harder than any Nerf blaster in the last 15 years. Dorian says, my Muller also worked flawlessly, but the ergo is atrocious. I think B is fine, because you also, bad ergo, insane performance that is customizable without taking the blaster apart. Oh, it's kind of hard to weigh that again. So we're going to put it in B for right now. I don't think it can rise above that. I do think we could do better from Siren, though. Next up, we've got another N-Series blaster. Honestly, this is another agility reskin. It's not even on this freaking list, is it? Dude, the Nerf Wiki has let me down so much, it's not even funny. Can we even... There it is. It doesn't even have its own thing yet. All right, well, yeah, I can't even bring up a... I obviously didn't plan for this. The Nerf Wiki has extremely let me down. This is sad. So, we're looking at the Pillager Crossbow. Not the original one that came out with the Nerf Minecraft stuff back in like 2022. This is the new one that is a much more accurate to the in-game model crossbow, but it's basically just a Nerf N-Series agility resell that costs you, I think, 20 bucks. Ooh, it might cost more. Hold on. Nerf Pillager Crossbow. 20 ducats. It's actually cheaper than the original, which was just a 3-shot smart AR. So, right out of the gate, it's already a reshell, and we haven't even talked about the original yet. But let's be pragmatic here. It works. It's one of the better blasters in N-Series. It's actually a good Minecraft blaster, much more improved from the original white thing with orange thing on it. That being said, the value isn't there because the agility is, what, 10 bucks, if that? This is double the price and it's the same blaster. Arguably worse because it has fake bow arms on it. So that's the problem that Hasbro is going to continuously run into if they go down this road where they're just going to take a cheaper mechanism and put it in a slightly different shape and sell it for more money, because the agility is a really good blaster. I didn't actually get to do my video on it, but I think the agility was fantastic for $10. This is the same blaster in every way. The only difference is the Minecraft shape. Is that worth another $10 to you? I believe most of you would say no. Now, my opinion, this is almost a D tier. Just on the price alone. There's an identical blaster from the same company that hits the same performance markings, has identical performance across the board, is better in every single way, and is $10 cheaper. I don't think it's F tier, guys. Because F tier would be like egregiously bad. This is not an egregiously bad blaster. If it was the same price as the agility, I think it'd be way easier to compare the two. Or if it was like $3 more, like a real company would price it. No, Hasbro's like, oh, you kids are dumb. You'll buy it for $20. Mom will buy it for $20. She doesn't know what's going on. Grandma will whip out $20 for literally anything. She has no idea what's going on. I think D tier is pretty fair. Anybody disagree with that? It's hard to have opinions about blasters this unremarkable. I get it, Dorian. I do. You gotta hit it with a hammer, says Ethan. Soda Popper Animation says A, but then doesn't give me a reason. So, if you guys are going to shout out like F tier, you need to give a reason. C class, average blaster, not bad performance. I don't disagree, Thirsty. Thirsty for foam? Thrusty for foam? I have no idea. But with the price, that does weigh in, and that does kind of lower it. Gotta pay the Minecraft tax. Absolutely D tier. It's perfect for what it's trying to do, so A. No, because it's too expensive. It's an agility, but double the price. Why would you do that? I'm going to put it in D tier from right now. And I'll keep reading the chat. I'd say C because a gift to a child who plays incredibly popular Minecraft. They will love it. I mean, I suppose. But you can't value. That's a very niche specific purpose. You know what I mean? Like, it's true that that would be good for that person, but that person would probably rate anything Minecraft on the very top. And it wouldn't be that way for everybody else. Like, if it was shaped like an anime girl, it'd be a 10 out of 10 for me. But could I recommend it to you? No. And I'm one of the reviewers that would say, I love this thing because it's this, but I know you're not going to like it, so whatever. But if you're like me, you'll like this. I think I'm pretty good about that most of the time. It's one of the only MC blasters has something to do with the game. This, I can agree. They have a bow. Oh my god, how much is that new Minecraft bow? It's a single shot jolt with no trigger. It's the return of that like rebel bow jolt. I think that's also $20. I want to see really quick. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. They want $20 for a single shot pullback and release jolt. That's the same price as the Crossbow! Can you believe that? Oh my god, 2025 is gonna be one hell of a year, dude. That's a lot of jolt! So a jolt strato bow, pretty much, yeah. Next up on the list, I actually don't know if it's even here. Okay, hold on. There is a listing for Horrorfire. And none of them have things. Man, somebody's really slacked off on the wiki. We got the Horrorfire Dread Hammer, which is the big boy in the line. I did a video on all three of these blasters. This is essentially an X-Shot Crusher. It has a really neat little, zombie wasteland apocalyptic setting. It's got like an animal skull and spine and stuff on it. The front bone blade thing is detachable. It's got tons of attachment points all over it. And it is part of the X-Shot Insanity line, so you do get the little pieces like a Picatinny to Picatinny rail connector, so you can combine a whole bunch of blasters to it, which is what you're meant to do. It also has a spot to use a bipod, like what came with the one that came with the Ragefire, but doesn't include the bipod, which would have been cool. I think it's a $30 blaster. It's honestly not that egregious. Let me find, 25. You get a massive minigun looking thing for 25 bucks. It is, so this is where I'm going to get hit hard. Because I think the Crusher, the way they work, where it's like, you pull back the foregrip and fire, and if you hold down the trigger and pump it, you rapid fire it. I think that makes it an incredibly good blaster. It could shoot 40 rounds a second, and you would actually hate it because you'd be out of ammo pretty much immediately. I think lowish rate of fire actually, this is customizable. You can fire 1 dart a second, or you can fire 6 or 7 darts a second, depending on how fast you want to work that pump. That makes it a very good blaster, especially for HVZ, and it uses chains. So if you wanted to build it into an emplacement, or just have as much chain as you want, you can really make this thing sing. And that gives it a niche use that even when we are in 2025, having that kind of never-ending performance, not mags you have to fill up, you can have 1,000 round on chain on you if you want. You can. You can't really have 1,000 round in mag. It's virtually impossible. I think that gives it its own niche, and that could give it a lot. Plus, it's got all the customizable play and everything like that. What's the problem? It feels cheap as crap, man. Dude, it feels like a dollar store toy. It's beautiful, but it's a plastic hand grenade waiting to happen. So, let me read the comments. A tier for the Dread Hammer. Amazing look, capacity, price, and performance. Only let down is plastic quality. Well said, Jack Taylor. Ice PL, frequently I take anything X-Shot released over N-Series. That's some shots fired. Deflagration says, yeah, that's easily the best part. Evan Tim says, A tier does pretty well, however, it's pretty much a reskin. That is true, and that is a fair criticism. Gus Cassidy says it works for both half and full length darts. This is true. Blue Cube says, as Wyverper said, it's a Jolt reskin. Don't know about that one. I love Big Boy, says DeWaffles. Dark Soul Angel says B+ is a Crusher reskin with a really annoying rattling plastic on it. I mean, I like the rattling skull thing on it, and you could remove it if you wanted. Could you use 50 caliber foam balls, says Gus Cassidy? I don't see why not. Dorian says high B tier just for the sweet aesthetics and improved X-Shot B. I do feel like high B tier is pretty good for this blaster. I don't think it comfortably sits in the A tier because, let's be clear, I'm pretty sure this thing would just destroy itself if you tried to run it with like the other two blasters attached to it. It's a really good value, but I would take a slightly more expensive Dread Hammer and have it be a higher quality blaster. It doesn't have to hit harder, doesn't have to carry more ammo. It just needs to not feel like I could go grab my Dread Hammer right now, and I'm not a strong man. You've seen how big my fat flabs are, and I could twist that thing into just oblivion. So, yeah, let's say high B tier seems pretty good. Anybody vehemently disagree with that? We're talking about the Dread Hammer, Santi. Kind of the same issue that the Muller has that keeps it from greatness. You know, I didn't, Wyatt. Those are kind of like really, like they're nothing new. I guess that's why I didn't really feel like it. I think there's a couple of Buzzbee things we could have included. They're the same thing we've been getting. There are some reshells on here. I included them because I want to see how they stack up against current releases. I thought that would be fun. The Nerf Gelfire Twish. Oh, I don't have the quadrant on there. I absolutely don't have the quadrant on there. What's the twist shot, though? Huh. Oh, thank you, John Hale. I try not to lead you astray. I think I'm pretty decent about giving recommendations and reasoning for all my choices when I do reviews. I'm amazed that people can try to lie and say, like, oh, Walcom's bought and paid, and all he's the most, what's the word I'm looking for? People say that I have an agenda and stuff like, no, I give pretty in-depth reviews of everything and why I like it. Because I can like a thing and give it a 10 out of 10, and if you don't like it, that doesn't invalidate my opinion. And you can always, because you know what my biases are, you can always weigh that up and down. For example, I said multiple times, I have no interest in the Kunlun. I had none. It's not really, I like sniper rifles. They're not like way up there on my list. I got a Kunlun and I'm like, yep, it's the best. Just get one. If you're even remotely interested in the Kunlun, get one. It's that good. I think we do have to add the quadrant and stuff on there, though. Nerf Gelfire quadrant. What is the twist? I feel like that was... there was something in my head, like there's a blaster I'm missing here. And I couldn't put my finger on it. Let's save this. Thank you for the catch. I will add those two as they deserve to be in here. There's the quadrant. Twist Fury. I'm going to feel so stupid. No, we have the Twist Fury on there. Don't we? Maybe it got deleted. No, it's right there. Okay. All right. Again, I probably have missed stuff, but there's one blaster that's in my head that I can't, I think it's supposed to be on here and it's not. It's driving me nuts. All right, next up. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. This is not even going to be on here, is it? It actually is. Congratulations. Oh, it's an upcoming Nerf blaster. Well, it's been released, Nerf Wiki. It's been out for a long time, actually. This is the Ace of Spades, which is a really interesting release from NERF. This is an Elite blaster that will cost you about 50 bucks. I think you can still pick them up. NERF Destiny Ace of Spades. Oh, they're $100. Why are they $100 on eBay? Why am I in a queue to buy it from the Destiny? Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's still in store in the Destiny. It's actually on sale. It's $42 right now. So you can pick one up if you want to get one. Is it worth getting? Well, it's basically the blaster we should have gotten a long time ago, which is an Elite version of the Ultra 2 from the Ultra line. That being said, the hammer is actually the cylinder ejector. It is a flywheel blaster powered by 4 AA batteries. You actually break the cylinder, it comes out, and it has a cartridge that holds all 6 darts that you put in there. You flick it closed. It works. It's massive. It's physically bigger than a Strife. It is one of the biggest, like, flywheel blasters that is semi-automatic. That's supposed to be one-handed, which is kind of ridiculous. It doesn't have any attachment points anywhere on it. It is reasonably comfortable, that being said, and it's the Ace of Spades. It's not my favorite hand cannon from Destiny. I don't think I ever even used the Ace of Spades. I was more of a Last Word, Hawk, Moon, Thorn kind of guy. That being said, I know this gun is legendary in the game, and now you can have it as a Nerf blaster. When it comes to Nerf limited releases, in my opinion, this one's pretty non-egregious. It's one of the cheapest Nerf limited releases. It directly copies what it's supposed to be while being Nerf. You get bonuses for buying it. You got little keychains and stuff like that in the game. And it's a pretty solidly okay blaster. Why isn't the blaster better? The performance and the internals and all that stuff really lowers it. It's standard Elite performance, maybe a little bit higher, but it has no mod potential. Maybe. Very maybe. If you wanted to destroy the shell, you could get this thing to fire better, but it uses those small pancake motors. And it's $50, which when you compare that to other Nerf releases, especially semi-automatic flywheelers, that is egregiously high. But it does mimic the one from the game. Does mimicking the one from the game constitute being able to charge double or triple the price? I don't know. I don't know, chat. Let's go to said chat. Ace of Spades gets points for being a song reference. So, fair enough. Would have been better if it used half darts. I don't know about that, Frisk. I think big revolver needs big darts. David says top of B. Maybe. Nerf Boy 02 says it's huge. Gavin says, I wish they made a Nerf Pro version of the Ace of Spades. Could have made the boatloads of money with that. People who don't even like Destiny. I agree with that. It's obviously going after... That's the thing that blows my mind. It's obviously aiming after a higher aged audience. So why not make it a better blaster? It's arguable as a collectible. It is well done, A-class. I don't know about that. There's a couple of A's, and there's really a lot of C's, a lot of B's, and a lot of A's. Top of B, C in my opinion. B tier, amazing looking Elite Caliber Ultra 2 reskin. Although the price, cylinder swing out mech, and lacking mod potential hobble it for me. Yeah, I think the Ultra 2, again, the Ultra 2 is half the price of this in a better blaster in pretty much every single way. Like, don't forget that. It is basically a better blaster in every way. And it was half the price. But, it's off shelves now, so... Pulse Rifle still stomps it. F because stolen art. That's... I'm gonna be the jerk and say that that's inconsequential. They're lucky they even got credit. Because... There's literally nothing. Destiny, Bungie, and Nerf could have completely wholesale ripped off that artist, and there's nothing they could really do. They can't sue. They can't do anything. I hate to be that person. It's not a good thing, and I'm glad that they fixed it, but I don't think that should weigh into this decision. You're missing the Dart Zone Lancer. You're right. I am missing the Dart Zone Lancer. That blaster is a piece of garbage. You're absolutely right. Adventure Force Lancer. Oh, man. I didn't even do the review on it. I hated it so much. Oh, my God. So we have to talk about that. Walcom! Where's the Lancer? It's your favorite blaster. It's a mini gun. You should love it. Ooh, we're going to talk about that. Talk about that piece of freaking trash, dude. Choose files. Lancer. Bam, it's on. Thank you. All right, let's go. I think we could do top of B. I think that's fair. It's cool. It looks good. They did a good job on it, arguably. The price is really the only problem with it. When you talk about 2 wards, there's like 8 wards on this list. I even refuse to type chat support. We'll talk about the Lancer, but it's this thing right here. Ooh, we'll talk about the Lancer. Don't you worry. All right, moving on to something actually positive. This is going to be fun to see exactly how you guys react. This is my litmus test for the chat right now. If the chat can't get this right, we're lost. The NERF N-Series Agility. It is a Nerf blaster that was released in 2024 under N-Series line. This was one of the, 4 or 5 blasters that was part of the initial wave, and then a couple of months later, we got the other ones. This was the, what do you want to call it? The Maverick of the thing. Nerf makes so many of this exact same blaster. It came with 12 darts. It's a slide prime blaster. Doesn't have slam fire, which is incredibly disappointing. That was one of the best parts about the Disruptor and the Strong Arm, but it works really good. And honestly, this little pullback, like the lever that you can fold around, and like that is so good. It really saved that blaster for us. And for $10, you could do a heck of a lot worse. Obviously, Hasbro thinks so because they just reshelled it literally 4 times in one thing at Toy Fair. So, meh. It is an incredibly good blaster. It is not egregiously expensive. And honestly, it could literally be the only N-Series blaster you need to buy. And I say that wholeheartedly. There's almost no reason to buy any other N-Series blaster. If they're all going to hit the same performance marks, they're all going to be basically the same thing at varying price points, this is probably the one. If you want to get a bolt action one of these, I'm sure they'll make it. They're like 4 times they'll make it. But it's pretty much just, this is the baseline. This is NERF N-Series right here. There's really not a reason to get any other blaster. You can go cheaper. You can go for like the Ward. The Ward isn't a bad blaster. This beats the pants off the Ward in every single regard. I don't know why you would even, if you were like, $10 blaster, I could use this in every single N-Series game I would ever play and never feel like I'm outgunned. Yeah. I'm going to say that is a safe bet for probably the best N-Series has to offer. Solid A works great, can be singled down easily, but it performs. Also no solvent welding. That is a good point, bots and blasters. None of the N-Series blasters have solvent welding from what I can see. Dorian says low C for the lack of slam fire. Price point is good at least. Whew, that's aggressively harsh. David says A. It's kind of where I'm leaning, honestly. I think it's an A-tier blaster. I mean, it's a Maverick. Nerf makes those well. That's true. That's true, IcePL. Gavin says top B or bottom of A. It's an N-Series version of the Disruptor. It fits the niche well. The reskins, maybe not so much. Biohazard Madness with a $20 freaking super chat. Holy crap, somebody's feeling generous. Thank you so much. I'm going to say something controversial for Nerf. I think the air tank powered gun from the engineer's perspective is the best one. The MagStrike AS-10 mechanism is fantastic, or is fascinating. That is, especially if you get one of the yellow ones, Biohazard, they're a little bit more air efficient because they don't have the loose fitting rubber hoses. They have rigid hose, like rigid pathing for the air, which makes them way better. And plus you get an insane rate of fire. Buzzbee's biggest mistake was not leaning into the Destiny harder, because the Buzzbee Destiny, I could do a whole nother video on that. I might do a whole nother video on that. Was the Mag Strike taken to its logical next step? Honestly, we can have Pro Mag Strike at this point. It's just such a good blaster. But thank you very much for the $20 super chat, Biohazard. Z Corched says, Walcom, do you think N-Series will survive 2025? Yes. Yes. Will it survive 2026? Yes. Will it survive 2027? Walcom, it's the Gelfire twist shot. There's a Gelfire twist shot. What? I've literally never seen this blaster. That's impressive. Wow. I've literally never seen. Is it on the wiki? I'm gonna laugh if this is on the wiki. No, it's not. Okay. So there is a Gelfire. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can do this without doxing myself. I don't think there's anything bad on this page, so we'll just move this over really quick. Have you seen this blaster? I've never seen this blaster before. I assume its gimmick is that its hop up is on a rotation, so you can make it shoot. I legit have never seen. I knew the igniter existed, but I've never seen this blaster. Ever. I've seen the igniter on store shelves. That's whack. I have literally never seen that blaster before. That's insanity. Okay, well, I have no concept. One of the videos, who's that from? It says quality, the worst Gelfire blaster ever, question mark. I may have to pick one up. Yeah, but then I have to figure out how to put the screenshot in there, bots. I don't think I can paste the screenshot into OBS. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Close that. Agility. I'm going to say it's an A-tier blaster. It might be bottom of A, but I think like this being one of the best N-Series blasters, a thing so good, Hasbro has already reshelled it 5 times. I think that says a lot. I don't think we could do much better, although we can, but we could do a heck of a lot worse. Anybody disagree? Bottom of A might be fair, but we only have one thing in A so far. Hellfire? I kind of like that. Nerf Hellfire. That would be great line, Hasbro. N-Series is all probably struggling. Hasbro lost 6% of the blaster market share in 2024. Yeah, because they just, everything's the same. I mean, okay, I'm going to say A for right now. We can come back to it if we need to. Ooh, this next one's really spicy. And it's also not on the Nerf Wiki at all for some reason. We've got the NERF Pro X, a $25 magazine-fed, top-priming, pro-level performance blaster that came with a scar muzzle. That, at the time, it didn't last very long, was the cheapest pro blaster. The biggest problem with it is that $5 more would have got you a long shot X. That's a little bit disappointing. And the other problem I have against this blaster, and these are the 2 very small problems, is that it came out the same time, and it's basically just a cut-down Nexus Pro X. Arguably, if all you needed was the NERF Pro, that would be the better buy. But unlike the original Nexus Pro and the NERF Pro, where the NERF Pro is actually a better blaster in pretty much every way, the NERF Pro X is just a worse, cut-down, stripped-down Nexus Pro X. I know that sounds like a bad thing, but keep in mind that also means that it's a cut-down version of the best blaster we got last year, pretty much. So, for price point, for the value, it's incredibly good. It does everything. It does it fine. It even came with a scar muzzle. Again, for 25 bucks, worker sees this and they go, oh my God, I'm so glad we went to like our 1 or 2 releases a year boutique blaster builds, because this absolutely kills like our Cheetah 2.0 and stuff, even though the Cheetah 2.0 is a great little blaster. It's a top prime. It does have slam fire. That prime, though, is pretty wonky. I don't know why they wouldn't have just made a giant T-pole. I mean, that's the thing that always blew my mind, is like, why not with the Nexus Pro X or the Aeon Pro X, just give it a T-pole. Why is there no... That would be perfect. You imagine if they just would have put a T-pole on it, it would have been the best. I would have never even looked at the Nexus Pro X. It's that simple. It really is. Like, I don't know why we still don't have, like, even the Fury X, I think a T-pole would have went way harder. So where do we actually put this thing, though? Like, it's unquestionably good. But remember, we have to talk about the Nexus Pro X, which, in my opinion, is a better blaster. It's definitely not bad. It just was a little bit underwhelming, I guess. I think top of A is pretty solid for that. Because you guys are going to hate me for the next one. Keep in mind, value-wise, like the Torrent, let's assume the Torrent works flawlessly. Compare the Torrent to the Nexus Pro X, or the Aeon Pro X. Assuming it works the way it's supposed to, it's really hard. You're like $5 more, but you get carbine and you also get pump action, but you lose the slam fire. Well, we can talk about it in a couple of minutes because it's gonna happen. This is true, Dorian. This is true. Although I want to say that at the 140 to 160 FPS, a Scar doesn't really do a whole lot. Then again, I think this doesn't this shoot about 200? I literally haven't looked at it since since I did the video. I was that underwhelmed about it. If this is about 200 FPS, then yeah, it's probably better. Yes, it has slam fire. We're aware. Let's put it comfortably up in A right now. Oh, but not stock. Interesting. Because the Nexus Pro X does hit 200. I think it's the barrel length. That's the reason why. All right. Let's talk about my favorite, as I am this community's favorite little autistic punching bag. Nobody likes the fat kid, and that's fine. I'm fine with it. I've accepted my place within this community. Don't think I'll forgive you when the riots start, though. We have the Pinpoint. This is a blaster I don't think I'll ever be able to agree with people on. I literally put the blaster down and just went, I don't want to do this video. There's nothing wrong with the Pinpoint. I just hate it. I hate this blaster. Let me tell you why. For $20, not a bad price, you get the fake bolt action we've come to know and love with a 10-round mag. This mag was not sold separately, so you only got the one, and you can't get another without buying another blaster or a sprinter. It came with a fake barrel that once you stab it in can't come off. It's not a barrel attachment. It could have been. And I don't think the blaster works without you putting that barrel in, if I remember correctly. I filmed the unboxing of it, and I went to do the firing footage and then just gave up. It's got the world's shortest, stupidest stock, and the scope is just a hollow piece of plastic. There's not even lenses or anything. It's just empty plastic. That being said, it works okay. The barrel does nothing. The scope does nothing. The stock does nothing. Really, you just get this. And it's okay. For $20, it is still okay. I hated this blaster, though, which is why I'm going to divert to you, stream chat. How do you feel about the Pinpoint? Because I know this blaster has fans out there, and if you're going to say A tier, you have to tell me why. D, I mean, if you load the darts backwards in the mag, you got to take the mag apart because they get stuck. I didn't know that, Blue Cube. Pinpoint looks so cheap, it's mediocre at X-ray aspect. D tier. Anything with N darts and 1 darts DF. Well, we've already gone past that point because we actually put the agility up here, which the agility is a fine blaster. F because it only made to get money from kids. A tier because Nerf needs a win? No, I don't think we can do A tier. I think you can make arguments for C tier. I think you can make arguments for D tier. I think C tier because, again, it's not terrible. It's just aggressively mediocre. But the value is there. $20 for a Nerf sniper rifle. Kind of hard to hate. You know what I mean? Low C? I can see low C. I honestly think the Pinpoint is worse than the Shadow Storm or whatever it's called. It's not going in S, Star Reaver. You got to give me a reason. This blaster put me in a bad mood on Christmas when I got it from relatives. F tier. I think that's upsetting. I think you could have fun with it. I think if we had a Nerf Battle Royale and the first package you got was the Pinpoint, I think you'd feel like you could have done worse. I'm going to say C. Well, we can address that. I think it kind of fits in. I think this blaster is better because remember, you can't buy the magazine separate, so the internal magazine suddenly looks a lot better, right? But this is $10 more, but at least the attachments like the barrel and the stock equally as useless on the Shadow whatever, or Speed Sword, whatever the heck they call that thing. I can't ever remember. At least the attachments are removable. They're not removable on the Pinpoint. If you were to take this over to Eagle Point, I don't know what to say. I would take it over to Eagle Point. I don't really like the Eagle Point. But I do think 100%, if you were like, okay, Eagle Point versus Pinpoint, the Pinpoint's gonna it's gonna win. It's got better performance in every way. So, yeah. I think C is fair. I don't hate it as much as the Shadow Storm. They should have gave it a rotating sizzler. I don't give them ideas, Taylor. They're already gonna do that 17 times. I do think the Arctic Zero Striker will be better, but again, that's an internal mag. But for a sniper, that makes sense. Internal mags on a sniper just make sense. You're not bum rushing with a sniper. And if you are, you're doing it like quick scope style, where you expect to have a small mag and reload in between. Yeah. So, yes, low C. I think it's worse than the Shadow Storm. Ooh, I don't think NERF Pro is actually even on here either. Let's find out. Oh, they are. They don't show up when you look at NERF 2024. Let's look at... Okay, so I know where this is going to start. I want to nip this in the bud right away. Let's assume that not a whole bunch of these when they came out weren't broken. Mine was broken. A lot of other people had the same issues. I fixed mine and was so apathetic about it, I never even did a video. Here we are. It's 2025. It's fixed now. Let's assume the issue with the darts spiraling out of the barrel is fixed, okay? This blaster works the way it's supposed to. Fair? Chad, is that fair? I think that's fair. Now let's look at everything else. It is a $50 semi-automatic flywheel with a really weird design. I question this design so much. It's pretty much identical to a blaster another YouTuber made that was panned for the same reason. But bullpup pistol, I don't hate it. I actually think this going to be like the most compact thing with absolutely no muzzle stick out. CQB to the max. Big fan. You can't put a stock on it. It is a bullpup and it's a pistol. I've modded a very expensive now blaster into one of these. Mine's better in every way, but same thing. Battery pack. I kind of like how the batteries are on the bottom, chat. I hate the fact it doesn't have a Picatinny rail. I hate the fact that it's like this weird, like, so it reminds me of like Fortnite, where every single one of these blasters, they keep just putting random angles and stuff on. Rebel, sexy. This is not Rebel. This is not sexy. Also, these angled talons, if these worked with more things and it wasn't Hasbro doing a Hasbro, these would be cool. I love these mags. They're cheap. You can get 2 of them for $10, I think. And they have the little like loop down there, which is just cool. It looks aesthetic. Plus you get the little hole that you tactile and you put like a carabiner or something through it and clip them on your gear. It's actually really nice, chat. If you gave it a shot, you'd like it too. Don't at me. But they don't work with anything that's pretty much not NERF Pro. Even other angled talon blasters, it doesn't work with them. And this doesn't want to work with any other blaster, although people have gotten talons to work in here just fine. Not even angled talons, just normal talons, which is bizarre. The trigger is also god-awful. It's usable. I'm going to say the trigger on this is less egregious than the grip on the Mauler is. I think that's a fair comparison. And overall, if it worked the way it's supposed to, I don't hate it. The problem is that now we're talking about pro performance, and now we're talking about the fact that basically for the same price, you can go out and get a Venom Pro, which comes with the blaster, which is full auto, with a rechargeable battery instead of AA's, with 2 magazines instead of 1, and it's a pistol. It's actually physically smaller than this as well, while hitting very close to the same performance. Or, on the other hand of that, you've got the Maxim Pro, which is $10 cheaper, also takes AA batteries, is basically just a pro strife that you could buy off a store shelf, but also has mod potential integrated into the blaster. Also, it hits about, if not a little bit harder than the Pro Sender. That is the entire, that's the review in a nutshell on the Sender. What do you think? What do you think about the Sender? I'm going to try to catch up on the chat here, because I know I was given a good old spit in a yarn. High D tier, says Jack Taylor. Sender is a staple gun looking pro-grade Raven with none of the personality or quality control of the Raven. Fair enough. Although I did say we're going to just base it off it actually working. For $50, you can literally pick with Dart Zone and get a bunch of better blasters. That is debatable, Booze Billy, but not wrong either. Bosowski says, mid-C, terrible magazine insertion and horrible trigger pull, no sight picture, and every other company is doing the same thing better and sometimes cheaper. That is a fair assertion. Sammy the Kid says, if NERF Pro came out in 2015, it would have been God tier. In 2024, it just can't compete. Fair enough. F, I hate it with a burning passion. Well, that's not a good reason. Is it magazine compatible? We did answer that. It is not. C, D, C, D, C, low C tier. Sender, more like Sen D tier. Maybe C, it's all right now. Nerf Boy with a D. Cesaro, easily F, awful trigger, bad ergonomics, questionable mags, and the Maxim exists. Okay. I'm at a loss for this one. I think having more options is good. I'm going to say that. Hopefully, there's not a Walcom tomorrow where I hate, like, oh, Walcom's a hypocrite because he doesn't like options. No, I do like more options. I do think more options should exist. And in a vacuum, it would be a pretty okay blaster in today's really popular and very fighting for shelf space ecosystem. I think the Sender has a lot to be desired, but if you picked one of these up and you walked out into the field and there was a Maxim and a Venom Pro, I'm going to make a case for the non-rechargeable battery, chat. Although this doesn't work for the Maxim. But I like the Pro Blaster, because if I were to fly to another place for a Nerf war, the fact that this uses AA's means I'll be able to play all day, not have to worry about charging lipos. I don't have to worry about having lipos with me on the plane. I can just go to the store, pick one of these things up. And here's the thing, the store's probably going to have that because it's a Nerf blaster. They might not have the Maxim. They might not have the Venom. They'll probably have, because you think about it, the Maxim is Walmart, the Venom is Target. Not only will both those two places also have the Sender, but pretty much every place will probably have the Sender. And that makes it very accessible compared to those other two blasters. I want to say this is a fair C-tier blaster. Because if it worked, it has problems, but it also does a lot of things good. And I was somebody who, it wasn't the Sender, it was the Torrent. I literally threw it and broke it. Because the blaster has so many issues. I think C is fair. And we're talking about, like, oh, wait, why is the Sender in the same tier as the Shadow Scout, or Shadow Storm, or the Pinpoint? Because, again, we can't just like, oh, it shoots harder, therefore it's better. That's not fair. I do think in the tier this is trying to compete in, I do think it competes, but it's like you're playing a fighting game and you have a low tier character. A low tier character doesn't always mean the character's bad. It just means it has more bad matchups than good. And you have to be a far better player to win with that character than if you were to pick a higher tier character. Picking the best character in the game doesn't mean you're going to win. Unless the game's really bad. So I'm going to say C tier is fine. I hate being that middle of the road, but it really is like, it's okay. If you had a Sender, I'm not going to see somebody on the other side of the field go like, oh, they have a NERF Sender. I'm going to win this. No, I'd be like, oh, they have a Sender. This will be interesting. Because at the end of the day, it's still going to Shrek. So, that's that. I'm really curious how the next one's going to go. Did you remember that we had NERF Rival last year, Chad? Do you remember how we haven't had NERF Rival this year? Are you freaking... oh my god, I hate this wiki. This wiki sucks now. Is it even here? It is here. It just doesn't have its own thing. The Challenger! Here's a wild Challenger. NERF Challenger. How much was this? 35 bucks, I think? Hey, chat. Chat, link in the description. If you want a Challenger, hold on. Don't, no. If you want a Challenger, hold on. Click this link. Check out this price. Check out this price, chat. Check out that price on that Challenger right now. If you want a Challenger, thank me later. Oh, what's the Mirage at? The Mirage is 10 bucks right now. Oh, I'm gonna shill my Amazon affiliate link. I'm gonna shill it, chat, because these are amazing prices. These are amazing prices, chat. Click those links. Get yourself a Rival Mirage and Challenger for 25 bucks for the both of them. Yeah. Use my link, please. That Amazon affiliate money comes in clutch. I get like 4% to 6% of whatever you spend on Amazon. You need to click that link on your grandma's computer. It doesn't cost them anything extra. It's just Amazon goes, oh, you're sending people our way, so we give you like 4 to 6%. But yeah, $15 for a Challenger, less than $15 for a Challenger. That is a screaming deal. That is a absolute just banger of a deal. But it is a $35 blaster. So going back to the Challenger, this was the Rival Strife we should have gotten in 2016. It was 2024 when we got this blaster, chat. That being said, from this angle, it's one of the best looking Nerf blasters they've ever made. On the other side, it looks absolutely horrible. I love the aesthetics of the Challenger, but then you look at the flat side of it, and it's flat and ugly and awful, and I detest it. Was it a good blaster? It was a great blaster. Was it a good blast for $35? Even look at that. It's like a not muzzle attachment point. Like, you can't see it. I have to, like, I can't show you my, like, Amazon page. Yeah, I can't, because he, like, docks me, and he'll send me pizzas and stuff. But it had a not end strike attachment point. It had a little toe hitch hook in the front of it, which I really liked. It's got tons of rail. It's got tons of points where you can clip on like a sling. Got the banana mag, the 18-round banana mag, and it just looks sick AF, and I love it. Actually, it might have been 12-round banana mag. Came with 18 darts. It's a pretty good blaster, all things considered. So, Rival is pretty much not comparable to anything else on this list, except for the Rival Mirage. Does anybody have a case for it? I see Dorian's already chimed in. B tier, decent performance, ugly styling, low innovation. That's fair. A lot of people are complaining they can't get it delivered. I don't know what to tell you. Low A tier. I can't really think of a whole lot of issues it has at the moment. It might be A tier compatible. I think it's definitely B tier. It's definitely a good blaster. That being said, I liked the Mirage a hell of a lot more. I think the Mirage was a better blaster. My Challenger threw everything way to the right. I broke a flywheel trying to adjust. Oof. Ooh. Not a fan of the Ergo. Mag gets stuck in the Mirage and is backwards. That is true. It looks stupid in the Mirage. Low A tier. B tier. I think B tier is kind of pretty good. low A, but the Banana Mag jams up a lot. I think I would put it about here, mid B tier. I don't think it's like, yeah, I don't think it's on par. Even if you compare it to every other rival, I don't think it's on par. Because like if you look at like a rival flywheeler, you could do a lot better. You're like thrown into the same realm as the Perseus and the Prometheus. I think B is fine. I do think the Mirage is better, though. We'll find out. Oh, God, the next one I don't even care about. Does anybody care about this thing? Oh, man. Can we just skip this one, chat? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this thing, chat. Is there all the fans of the Corruptor that doesn't even have a... This thing's been out since, like, February of last year. And nobody cares. So, God, was this even like, was this a flywheel? I can't even remember. I legit can't remember. I think it's a mag-fed top prime, bolt prime. It's a bolt prime. I can't even remember. Man. Okay, so it didn't have any gimmicks. It doesn't do anything special. It was a bolt action prime. It uses the same bolt that the BASRL uses. It came with an 18-round mag. It was a Nerf zombie blaster, but while this one is way overusing the decaling system that X-Shot used, does have clear plastic at the top of it with a tactical rail, which looks kind of cool. It's kind of like, again, kind of aggressively mediocre in pretty much every way. It doesn't look terrible, but at the same time, it doesn't look good. You know what I mean? Like, there's really not a whole lot to say. It was, it's a $26 blaster. Which isn't terrible for that price point. We can say a couple of things. It's not Elite 2.0. It's actual kind of quality everything. But it's not quite up to the standard that Zombie Strike had. Of the Nerf Zombie releases, it could be considered one of the better ones. It is only $5, $6 more than the stupid Hammer Shot remake. And yet this is a full-on rifle. So, think about the other Nerf Zombie releases when you judge this one. I'm imagining there's 160 people just standing around in a circle, and there's just helpless toy just standing there, and everybody's sharpening axes, getting ready to just completely eviscerate this poor, innocent piece of Hasbro plastic. Is this thing... No. I don't even think it can hit B. Again, it could hit C. But... it's so meh. Who actually cares about this blaster? I would take a Pinpoint over the Corruptor. Jack Taylor, low D tier. Corruptor looks coolish and operated okay, but man, it was so middle of the road and everything. Dorian says, aren't these still on store shelves? They are. I've seen it recently. It shoots Elite. That's one step better than N-Series. Debatable. Why can't the Sender get C? Why did the Sender get C? Because it's the Sender. There's like 2 other blasters that are comparable to it that are better. So, you'll find out soon, Zetson. I'm going to say it's definitely better than the Minecraft, especially in terms of value. It's definitely better than the Crossbow. I would make the argument it's good D tier. It's maybe even low C, to be honest. It's definitely high, because it's better than the Minecraft Crossbow in terms of value. It's just, it's so underwhelming, reshell boring. I think that's the biggest sin against this blaster. That's fine if you liked it, Zetson. I'm not going to fault you for liking it. I'm just saying there are better blasters on this list that are comparing in the same on store shelves right next to the Sender. You can't ignore that. Have a good night, Gavin. So, I think we'll do high D tier. Anybody vehemently disagree with that? Like, you're grabbing a shovel and you're trying to find my address right now. I think price-wise, it's okay. Performance-wise, it's okay. It is so mediocre that it actually hurt itself in confusion. I'll keep that in mind, Jacob. Thank you. All right. Well, this will be an interesting one. There it is. This is a really interesting one, in my opinion. We've got the re-release of the Dart Zone Pro Mark II, but purple. Not the 2.0, right? This is the, yeah, it's the original Mark II in purple. They forsook the Mark 2.1 to bring us back the Mark II. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how this plays out. This is a reshell. I'm not going to but I think it will be fun to discuss how the, what is it, like 50 bucks? Let me find DCP Mark II. It is currently $67 on, wait, what? It's $45 on their website. 45 bucks. These get about, what, 120, 130 FPS? Maybe more with their lighter weight darts. I didn't think about that. They are, I'm going to give you 2 reasons why I do like this blaster. One, it is absolutely tiny. Not having detachable magazines and all that stuff made this blaster minuscule. It is one of the smallest multi-shot pistols that you can get with pretty decent performance. Also, the lockup on a good Mark II is no wiggle, no nothing. Feels like an actual firearm in that regard. It's just completely no anything. Just snap, snap, and it's ready to rock. It feels really good. It gets 160 FPS on the new one. I'm going to guess a lot of that, Eli, is because it's shooting the lighter weight darts, the ribbed ones. So let's say 150 FPS. Even the website says 145 feet per second. So my 120, 130 from the original lighter weight darts, bamboo darts, yeah, 145 is about fair. I think it's a pretty good blaster. I do like it. I think it has a very small niche and a pretty high price point, which, to be fair, the niche is the fact that this thing is, it's old. And it's a reshell of an old blaster, and technology has improved a lot. And that price point is still less than half what the original was. But it also doesn't come with the holster. It doesn't have the holster, and it doesn't have the barrel extension, which I don't care about the barrel extension. I do believe it comes with a power spring upgrade by the looks of it, though. Let's see. What's in the box? Low-powered spring. Speed below 130 FPS is what it says. So, it's $45. But that's actually a really good price for this blaster. It's very niche, though. I do like it. But I think my liking of it is going to be way below most other people. How do you feel about the Dart Zone Pro Mark II compared to a lot of other 2024 blasters? High B-Tear. The Mark II is a cool-looking compact super stock pistol with purple. Price, low speed. Yeah, I can see it's still pretty expensive for a single shot pistol, but at least it's not a front loader. So you're not wrong, Jack. Ortez says, I've not used the Mark II, but I'm going to get one soon. Eli says, mine is great. Best pistol other than the Venom. I still do think it's one of the better ones. I think it's better in a lot of ways compared to like the Fire Rat and stuff like that. Or I know those got better. I never tried one of the better, more expensive ones, but for 45 bucks, like, it's tiny. Like, the thing is not that big compared to, like, a Jolt and stuff like that. Like, if you were like, I want a tertiary. Yeah, you can carry a Jolt, but you could also just carry a Mark II. So, A+ for build quality. That's a bit high. How many people think it should be an A tier? Yeah, how many people think it should be in B tier? That's the question of the day. Trying to buy time while I fill up my water bottle here. At least A, David says. You guys really think that thing is comparable to the Aeon Pro X? It is like a quarter of the size. Yeah, but it's kind of a pain in the jorblats to pull that thing apart to put that spring in, to be fair. It really should come with the holster. I can't believe they got rid of that. I'm sure they have the files up for printing one, though. I mean, so is the Aeon technically a pistol, but it is way smaller than the Aeon. It's definitely... The Aeon is more of a compact primary. The Dart Zone Pro Mark II is more of a, you could primary it if you really wanted to handicap yourself, but it is like a really good, like, sidearm. Well, not a sidearm, it's a secondary. You have to switch to it. You can't just whip it out and use it with your prime. Like, it's not like a Venom Pro. Venom Pro is a true secondary. You can buy the holster separately. Is it like $10, I'm guessing? Would you feel confident using it in a pistol round? Yeah. Here's the thing, though. For a lot of ways, I thought the Mark 2.1 was better, but it is considerably bigger. So... Well, you guys pretty much spoke. You guys want it in A. I'm going to put it in A. I'm going to put it below the Aeon Pro. The reason I think it should go lower is because this is a very niche blaster. This is pretty much as primary anybody could use. So I do think it is. And honestly, the agility, again, it's just such a good blaster. It's kind of hard to hate on it. Yeah, I kind of figured they would, Nixie Terry, but Tara, but thank you very much for checking. So I think that's fair. I do think it still holds up, but I do think it's a niche blaster. Keep in mind, this is pretty much almost on par price-wise to the Venom. Hard. Up next is something I don't think anybody gives two craps about. This is probably our first F-tier blaster, to be perfectly honest. The Cyber Sleeve. It doesn't even have a... I don't know anything about the Cyber Sleeve. I assume it's a single shot or a smart AR. If it's actually a smart AR 3-shot, I will be impressed. The wearable 2-in-1 blaster toy, Transformers Earthspark Cyber Sleeve, lets kids play a part of the action. I don't think they have an age rating on here. Oh, wait, hold on. It's ages 6 and up, so it's automatically like a Nerf Junior thing. Load one of the 3 included Nerf darts into the launch chamber. Okay, so it's a single shot. Retractable cyber sword. And it says cool Transformers costume and gift. All right. It's also $15 frickin', so automatic F. Anybody who wants to try to defend this, let me know. It's $15. Yeah, it's $15 for a jolt that you strap to the back of your hand that is made for little tiny kids. I feel like that is fair because the Racer is on here. I think the Racer is a better blaster in every single way. So, yeah. Moving on! Oh boy, is it even on the wheel? No. Okay, you just got to remember this one, chat. It is the Striker 2.0. This is a very interesting blaster to talk about when it comes to a tier list, because it was very much in the same vein as the Nexus Pro X. They are two sides of the same coin, but also very different. They're the same primary blaster, they're both magazine fed, but they are different internally, and they are also both retailer exclusive. So if you didn't have a Walmart near you and you had a Target, you can get the Striker. If you had a Walmart and not a Target, you can get the Nexus Pro. They're both the same price, and it is very, both of them are insanely good. Let's just put it that way. If you had one blaster on this list, you'd want it to be the Nexus Pro X or the Striker 2.0. The main difference is the Striker 2.0 swaps out maybe a little bit of prime smoothness for the ability to put in a rear loadable 25 round drum. You can swap between a 25 round drum or a standard dart mag. The Nexus Pro X is just mags only. Came with an utterly useless scope, but also came with both a SCAR and a B-car. I think the Striker 2.0. I think the Striker 2.0 came with a SCAR. I think it did. I'm almost positive it did. It came with a faux barrel suppressor thing. $50 super chat! Nathan! Thank you! Hey, Walcom! If you want to make a line of blasters based off the SMGs of Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel, which I never played the pre-sequel, and I haven't played Borderlands 2 since it was on the PS3, which blaster company do you want to make them, and which in-game manufacturer would be the hardest to copy? My pick is either Tediore or Malawan. I was always a fan of Tediore. I was always a fan of Jacob. I wasn't a huge fan of Malawan. Those are the ones that are all really rounded off and stuff like that. And there was also the, what was the other one? Hyperion, which was rounded off, but also not as egregiously so as Malawan. I like Jacobs. I like the hard hitting, but they didn't make SMGs. They made like all the fun stuff, like revolvers and shotguns. So probably Jacobs, or not Jacobs, Tediore, because that's just, like, they hit hard, but they also made automatics. I never played the pre-sequel, so I wouldn't be able to tell you anything based on that. But I'd probably have to go with Tediore. So thank you, Nathan. It's on also drum mags for the Striker 2.0. I would personally put the agility in B instead of A. I think it's fine as A. I think it's actually a really good value, and I think it's a good blaster. I think it's the best blaster in the whole N-Series line. Soda Popper says B because it has some quality control. I have not seen any quality control issues. Also, this thing can hit 250 FPS with a spring upgrade, which is nuts. I'd take the Striker 2.0 just for the buffer tube lines up with the muzzle. So, I want to really pop some expectations. If you take a Striker 2.0, I don't know where mine is right now. If you... They might literally be right behind me. I know this guy is. If you take the Striker 2.0 and you put it right next to the Nexus Pro X, it's like the barrel goes like that. It's barely any different. I know we clowned on the 5-head on this, but in all honesty, if you put this right next to the Striker 2.0, it is literally like slightly higher up. It's almost the same. So, where do we go? So, in my opinion, the Nexus Pro X is a smoother prime and is a really probably a better value if you want just a straight up, like you want the most budget. I'm trying to make this thing stand up and not falling. If you wanted a budget competitive blaster, Nexus Pro X. I think if you aren't playing competitive, you're playing any other game mode, I think the Striker 2.0 is better. I think the rear loadable drum is more beginner friendly than any magazine. With magazines, you need gear. With rear loadable drums, you don't. And even then, You can swap between mags and drums, which I'm gonna say this is a better blaster than the Nexus Pro X. Because even if you wanted the V-Car and stuff, you could buy the better bearing V-Car, not the plastic ones, but the actual bearing ones off the website. $70. Buy yourself the spring upgrade at the same time. You're like $80 in now with your Striker 2.0, unless you got it on sale. I think this is a better blaster. And here's the thing, right? I think this is one of the best blasters we got last year. I honestly think that. I think the value when it comes to being able to swap between drums and mags and still being able to swap out whatever grip you want, whatever stock you want, you can still put a B-car. So I think this overall is a better value than the Nexus Pro X. I know where the Nexus Pro X is better, but I don't think the Nexus Pro X is better for most people. Bad, some of them bad. I mean, I can't really comment on that, to be honest. I haven't seen any regards to that. There are Nexus Pro X's out there that people snap the stocks off of. Was that a Nexus Pro X that had the freaking most dirtiest, stinkiest spring inside of them, and they were like, they had their stock all the way extended, and they were priming it awkwardly, and it broke? Yeah, exactly. I think this is an S-tier blaster. I don't think, again, we're just assuming it works the way it's supposed to. We gave the same treatment to the Sender, right? Where did we have the Sender? I F up my list. That's fine, yeah. We gave the same thing to the Sender. Therefore, we have to give the same thing. If there are quality control issues with the Striker 2.0, they are few and far between. I think it's an S-tier blaster. I think if you got one blaster, like if you had a Nexus Pro and you went 4 years and you wanted an upgrade, I think the Striker 2.0 is the better blaster. I think the original Striker was garbage. I didn't even pick one up. It's literally a Nexus Pro. This is a different internals, and it's got gimmicks, and it's fun, and they're effective. It's way better beginner friendly, but it can still be used by even competitive if you wanted to. Arguably, I don't think this blaster can be beat by most of the things on this list. It's got the value, it's got the play potential, it's got the applications where you could use it as like, oh, I have a drum, now I have a mag, I can suppress fire while reloading, and I could basically fire forever as long as I don't have to move from this position and I have loose darts. Oh, I need to run and gun? Well, I could push an objective with a 25 round drum slam fire, rip that thing out, pop in my magazine that already had the magwell on it, and then just use mags and go through all of my mags and run. You could do literally, it's just, that's the thing I value. Is I think having all of those options, all of these things, when it's like, yeah, I just have basically a slightly better prime on the Nexus Pro X. Anybody disagree? I say that because I need to drink something because I'm talking so much. Little slop in the barrel, which is easily fixed by shit. I never even experienced that, I don't think. I did experience a little force from the O-ring. Nathan, you want to chime in? I feel like Dorian and I are going to get into a fist fight over which one's better, the Striker or the Nexus Pro X. Is it basically a better villainary? It's basically a better everything. Here's the other thing. This blaster with its max upgrade spring, I think that's in there. No, it's not. This blaster with the max upgrade spring versus the Striker with its max upgrade spring, I think the Striker was a better prime. I don't know what it was about this one. Maybe it's like slightly shorter or something, but this with the max upgrade spring, garbage. The standard 200 FPS spring, great. This is amazing. Perfect. The Striker with a stock spring, it's a little bit worse. Striker with an upgrade spring, way better than this with an upgrade spring. Yeah, I have a feeling there's going to be some fights. Don't worry, we both know what tier both of them are doing. Yeah, screw you too, Nexus Pro X. All right. Now it's time for the lesser brother, the little brother nobody seems to really like. Again, the same thing we gave to the Sender, the same thing we gave the Striker 2.0. We're going to assume that this blaster works the way it's supposed to. I think the early ones of the NERF Torrent had issues where the barrels weren't cut properly. I think that was the main issue why you had a lot of darts not feed, jam, and I hated that blaster. So, let's assume the Torrent works the way it's supposed to. Okay? Torrent works, it doesn't jam, it works the way it's supposed to. How do we feel about the Torrent? Well, it was a $30 blaster, which I'm going to check the price right now. It is currently a $17 blaster. Oh, wait, that's with $6 delivery. No, that's free for me, because I have Amazon Prime. So it's a $17 blaster right now, which is a screaming deal. Arguably, if the Nexus Pro X, or the Fury X, and the Torrent were the same price and both worked, it'd be a hard comparison between them. Why? Well, the Torrent is a carbine. It loads in through the grip, which is not something any of these other blasters do, which is arguably cool. It also has the option to do both pump action and top prime. Having options is a good thing. That being said, the pump action prime on this blaster is absolute dog crap. It does hit a pretty respectable performance metric. It is comparable to... It's actually hitting harder than the Fury X, that's for sure. But it's not going to hit the 200 FPS that things like the Striker 2.0 and the Nexus Pro X hit. But again, we're talking about what was a $30 blaster, now $17. Again, assuming it works. At the $17 price tag, I think that's a screaming deal. I think this is a very, very good. And it's also really compact. I'm going to post the link in the in the chat if you want to pick one up on the good old Walcom affiliate. I'm torn on this, so I'm gonna look. It's not a horrible prime. It's okay. It's crunchy. Torrent is a B. That's fair. I think that might be the most fair. Because I don't think it's as good as this. It's definitely cheaper. Oh, that's so hard. Because we're talking about what its price is right now, not when it came out. We have to talk about what it is when it came out. It was $30. It's pretty okay. Comparing... Okay, yeah, that's the thing. We gotta compare it to this. Because the only thing this has is a different mag loading system, and this has potential pump action out of the box, while the Aeon Pro X didn't. So what's better, chat? The Aeon Pro or the Torrent? It's not $30 right now. It was when it came out. MSRP was $30. Now it's $17, which is a screaming deal. If you picked one of those up off store shelf for $17, you'd never even look at the Furies. A lot of people, Aeon Pro X feels better. Okay. I am easily convinced that this can go on the top of B tier. There's no doubt in my mind. I think it is better than the Ace of Spades, better than the Challenger, better than the Dreadhammer, better than the Mauler. Yeah. I like the Mauler. If we assume it works, the only thing the Muller had going for it, well, it had a lot going for it, actually. This one I'm still not convinced is bottom of B tier. But I do think the Torrent is better than these three. I don't think the Torrent is better than any of these at $30. At $17, if it was $20 when it came out, see, that's the thing that always pisses me off. If the Torrent was $20 when it came out, it would have been so good. So good. But it wasn't. It was $30. Hasbro always do that. It's almost like every single time Hasbro has a blaster, take $10 off, and it's an amazingly competitive thing. It's $10 off now, Hasbro! We might have to revisit the Muller, because I feel like this is more appropriate. It's hard to choose between these two. Because, like, if you were to put the Torrent versus the Mauler would smoke the Torrent. The Mauler would go to town and then demand a towel and a cigarette. That's how much better the Mauler is. And people hated the Mauler. So... But I think it's better than the Sender. But I don't think it's as good as the Aeon Pro X. So, that's my reasoning. Do we even have to talk about this one, though? Do we have to talk about this at all? Chat, do we even have to bring up the Venom Pro? Funny enough, it's not even on the Nerf Wiki. It's insane. Is there Dart Zone Max? Okay, maybe it's in the Dart Zone Max. Nope, it's not. Man, the wiki is useless now. It's okay. You know what the Venom Pro is. It is a... Oh, what is the Venom Pro right now? The Venom Pro is currently $40, which isn't a great sale. They were $25. But... Is there any, like, shipping... Yeah, I don't really see any incriminating stuff. I'm not even going to risk it. You know what the Venom Pro is. You know what it is. Okay? The Venom Pro. It is even at $50. Last year, it was by far the best blaster release of 2024. And that was at $50. It came with a blaster, which is a freaking pistol, a full auto pistol. It is a little chunkier than things like the Nightingale. Not chunky enough to warrant getting a Nightingale, that's for sure. Fired at anywhere from like 115 to 130 FPS. You can go a little bit higher if you put it on a 3S, but I don't think it'd last very long as a blaster. I think it'd be a non-blaster after a little while. Decent rate of fire. It is one of the first true sidearms that's ever been hitting store shelves. And it supplanted itself as a blaster pretty much everybody had to buy. If you didn't already have a Diana, a Pew Pew, a Nightingale, you needed a Venom Pro. And guess what? I have all those blasters, and I still picked up 2 or 3 of them. I'm going to actually put it above the Striker. This blaster was so... You cannot convince me this was not an S-tier best of the best. It was the most disruptive release. There's no way. Dart Zone went from things like this to things like this in like 2 years. Maybe 3. That is insanity. I have a Nightingale with an Osprey, and I still love that Venom. I don't like how it looks, and trust me when I say, I'm not saying this is an S tier because I love it, even though I do. I have better stuff, okay? Like, here's a Diana with all this. I have better than this, and the Venom isn't comparable. The thing is, the Venom is 80% of this. The Venom's 80% of this $250 blaster. That's why the Venom is so good. For 35 or for $40 right now, it was on sale for 25. It's just the best. Let me check the chat. Yeah, I pretty much see everybody says it's the best. Yeah. Deserves a tier, but it's just the value of 50 cents per horns. That's the... And I think they were $25. They're $10 off right now. I can't imagine that world. Venom should be semi-auto because full auto is so slow. What? No, it's not. The rate of fire is not bad on the Venom at all. It's like 5 darts a second, I think. 4 to 5 darts a second is not slow. Perfect. You don't need to drill the same person with 18 darts. Anything above 7 RPM, unless it has a burst fire mode, is completely worthless. How chunky it is compared to the Diana? Yeah, but you're like, 80% of the blaster, $30. 100% of the blaster, more compact, more stylish, has a select fire mode, $250. I wonder which one I couldn't recommend the Diana in my life. The only way you buy the Diana is if you have money to burn and you really want a blaster. Because, like, this thing is super slick. Like, look at this thing. It just looks perfect. It's awesome. The magazines on them are awesome. They're just perfect. Also, a lot less of a bullet magnet. Also true. All right. Yeah, if you need a higher rate of fire, then you pull out your second Venom Pro. The Seraphew got it right. That is absolutely just pull out your second Venom Pro. Classic for Real asks, where did my Streamlabs Super go? Oh, you did. Why is it not showing up? Hold on. Why is it not showing up? I noticed none of them are popping up right now. Alert box. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't working. Classic for Real, $5 ago, did a tip for $1. Case in point about silhouettes, just bought my secondhand non-functional Harrier and Seagull to work on a gunplug group, and they instantly threatened to ban me. That's enough incentive right there to unload them. Paid $100 for both when I'm willing to. I do think those are more aggressively militaristic. They're more modern militaristic too, because they're all nice and curved. Some people disagree with me. But I mean, if you're worried about like optics and, you know, getting stuff confused for firearms and stuff like that, I honestly do think those fit pretty high up there. We can't be fine with the Harriers and fine with the Seagulls and then be mad that this looks too much like firearm. And it doesn't make any sense to me. Bryson, Classic for Real, $2. Where did my super chat go? I fixed it. Bryson, the super chat at $5. I got into Nerf again because of Doom and TF2. That's a good reason. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, Bryson. All right, let's move on. We're going to go from one of the best pistols ever to one of the... I didn't even like this thing when it was called the Hammer Shot. Walcom's feeling spicy. Oh, yeah, the Driller. Christ. Why do we even have to? All right, so this was a $20... Chat, I should just step away and have you guys argue about it in the comment section. It's a $20 hammer shot that's way too long. It's supposed to look like, I guess, a drill, although it looks like it's got a hole saw attachment on it, which I guess you could use with the drill. Came with 16 darts. It was Elite darts. It has a tactical rail. It has a single piece of plastic for a scope. It has no lenses, barely has a reticle. And you front load it. It's a hammer shot. D for Driller? Damn, that sounds perfect. Yeah, I arguably think this is the worst of D tier. I almost want to put it F tier. $20 MSRP on that thing. $20. I guess the hammer shot was like $13. This comes with a little bit more. I'm still saying it's bad. Man, I hate the Driller. I don't think it's an F. I think it's definitely the bottom of D tier right now. But is anybody a fan? You got 10 seconds. Let me know in the chat. Not a whole lot of fans. Yeah, crickets. I see that, Sama. Yeah, that painting, that detailing is awful. That looks like what kids imagine their Nerf blasters to look like. It's garbage. It's like rope. It literally looks like garbage. It literally looks like garbage. I agree, Spartan. Man, yeah, nobody's buying this thing. Can you believe nobody bought this? It literally looks like garbage. Just put the hammer shot back up. Oh, this is cheaper to make, though, so we gotta do that. Get out of here with that crap, Hasbro. Why didn't anybody buy our hammer shot reshow? People love the hammer shot. All right, let's start an actual fight. The Hammer Storm or the Driller? I would say the Hammer Storm is a better blaster in every way. And this is an Elite 2.0. No, this is an Alpha Strike blaster. It's got a barrel attachment point. It's got a rail. It's got another rail. It's got a sick grip that looks like it's straight out of Doomlands. This is a Doomlands blaster they just reshelled. I'm almost positive about that. I love how big and stupid it is, because if you wanted to use this thing to slap darts out of the air, you can. This is so much better than the driller. And I think it's cheaper, too. Yeah, $15.
Let's rock.
Bryson with another $5 super chat. Nerf right now, glow up or glow down? Nerf is glowing down at the moment. The driller is Bubba's idea of a Bubba's homemade Nerf parry gun. Yeah, all the bad. It's like, what? Get good, scrub. Just use the Nerf parry gun. God, I love the Hammer Storm. You guys pooping all over the Hammer Storm made me so mad, because I finally found a Hammer Shot derivative that I actually love. Also, it's 8 shots. And everybody's like, it's ugly. I hate it. Yeah. I'm like, you guys, I can't win. This is better than a Hammer Shot. It's so good. It's so big. Yeah. I love it. I swear to God, I didn't plan this. All right. Anybody in the chat want to try to defend the Nerf Minecraft mob pack? It's not even on this list. Minecraft mob pack. I'm not $20 for 2 wards that barely function. And even if you're like, well, it's honestly, the creeper one, it's okay. The skeleton one, hot garbage. They should just sell the creeper for $10 by itself. I don't know why they win. But why are these blasters? And look at how offset the barrels are on the top. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Just something, hammer gun, coop, whatever, here's $1. Well, thank you very much, Classic, for real. You and Bryson are just holding us up, but you guys can't compete with Nathan. He's top of the king of the crop. All kids love Minecraft. There's some kids you don't, and there's some kids you don't care for, but still need to get presents for. That's why they exist. Yeah, but you paid $20 for the privilege. Just buy some Minecraft toys. I guess one could give them for someone to put on their desk. Yeah, but again, like you're talking about $20 for the privilege. Blaster set doesn't even deserve to be on the list. The Creeper's a D tier. I think if you could buy the Creeper by itself, it would instantly raise this, but you still get the stupid skeleton, and it doesn't even look like the skeleton. 3 F tiers in a row. Okay. Let's not get crazy. All right, let's actually look at the Firebrand and give it a chance. It is a $20 blaster. Smart AR? Oh, what is it? Is a single fire blaster that holds 3 darts at a time. Is based on the Firebrand axe. It uses the intelligent air restrictors. So it's a smart AR, a 3-shot smart AR. So it's a better-ish version of the hammer. I don't hate it. I hate the price. I hate the price. This is also Elite. This is an Elite 2.0. Alright, I'm sorry. I Fortnite slipped there. I called N-Series Elite 2.0. I honestly think, like, you could have this. I think you could have a time with it. I think having the Nerf hatchet that fires a couple of darts wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Honestly, when it comes to Minecraft, this is better than the Heartseeker sword or whatever it was. That thing was trash. If this was a $10 blaster, human, I agree. $10 blaster, I could put this in B tier. But for a 20, that's always the issue with Hasbro, man. Like, take $10 off the Hasbro. Doesn't even matter what product is. Take $10 off. If it's over $15, take $10 off. That's its actual price. You love the Firebrand. Picked it up as a Target last year for $10. C tier. Oh, no. If you try to melee me with this, I will plug you. There's no way you're mailing me with this. I know this is probably that softer rubber. I don't care. Jack, you're right. We don't have the blaster corn on here. Dude, I knew there was a blaster I was forgetting. Oh my God, you can get a 2-pack of the blaster corn now? For 15 bucks? Damn. I have to add the blaster corn. It absolutely deserves to be on this list. The blaster corn. Okay, so Firebrand, I'm gonna give top of D tier. I think the price, just like the Pillager crossbow, I arguably would like the Firebrand more than the Pillager crossbow, though. I think top of D tier is fair. Price for everything is too expensive, like all the Minecraft stuff. But in terms of like Minecraft, like I think the Heartstealer sword was $20. Is it Heartstealer, Heartseeker sword? I bought one and couldn't even... That freaking thing is $30 right now? Like... $36 out of stock. Oh, crap, it's rare. I messed up. It's rare. You can't even buy them right now. Yeah, it's... Yeah. So, anyway, let's move on to, you can't even tell what the hell this is. It's the Gear Up Pack. Da-da-da. Gear Up Pack, eh? Well, we should talk. I'm so, Gear Up Pack. Okay. This is the one that comes with the agility. That's actually a bolt action, the thing that they're going to reshelf 15 times for this year. It comes with a jolt. And then it comes with like a stock and a scope. It's $20. Any objections? I don't think the value is there. I don't think you're going to care about a stock that is literally 2 inches long. I don't think you're going to care about a scope that is an empty piece of plastic, no reticle, nothing. It does have the bolt action agility. And it does come with a jolt. It's better than the driller. It's better than the driller. Like, why would you buy this when this is half the price? The jolt is the only value. Fire guy. Truer words have never been spoken. X-Shot and Long Shot Pro. It isn't, but it didn't come. I mean, it was from the year before. It was a reshell. It's too much of a reshell. I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't think so. We have reshells on here, but I think they're more interesting to talk about. That's my opinion. Let's. I didn't pick one of these up. I was excited for it for all of like 12 seconds, and I remember why none of these are on the wiki, dude. Like, you can't... What is the point of the wiki? Like, here's the Friends Forever. I need to get this. I don't have this micro peely bone. Hopefully I can find it at some point. So, what is this? This is a 4-shot, right? I have to bring up the Nerf halftone hero. Hasbro offered to send this to me, and I declined because I didn't care. It's got a 4.7 out of 5, 4.7 out of 5 on Amazon. Well, there might be something here. There might be something here. The Nerf, it comes with a wrap, comes with $12 darts. It's an Amazon exclusive. I didn't realize that. Open break barrel. It features cool break open dart loading. And it holds 6 darts. What does it look like when you break the barrel open? Oh, it's not a rough cut. It's a hammer Hold on. That is kind of cool. So it's a 4 victory, but it's a 6 shot with a fake, it's the fake break action that kills it. The 4 that would have been so much better. Why are they like that? That blaster would have been fine as a 6-shot smart AR hammer action. And then they're like, let's load twice as much blaster that does literally nothing just to increase the price. I mean, it's going after the game model, but is the one in game a revolver? Yeah, I'm guessing it is. It's not a shotgun. What is the half-toed hero based off of? Is it the Mammoth pistol? I want to see what the actual gun from Fortnite is. Bryson back at it like a bad habit with another $10 super chat. I've used a blaster that looks somewhat like a bazooka, had a big barrel like a bazooka, and it took mags that use regular darts. I have a blaster that somewhat looked like a bazooka, and it took mags that use... I'm assuming you're talking about the Roblox Pulse Blaster? That's the only thing I can think of. This thing, the Pulse Laser. Like, that's the only blaster I could think of, Bryson. Because it took a mag, it's a flywheeler, it's a strife inside. It had the 2 little things and this back here, but it was strife, essentially. Hopefully that's it, Bryson. Nope, I have no clue what you're talking about then. Chat, try it. It's a shotgun. It's the double-barreled shotgun? Why is it hammer action? Bottom of D. I hate it. Like, not bottom of D. It could be top of D. Like, a 6-shot 4 victory is actually somewhat compelling. And then you ruin it. Like, I would, if I had one of these, if I bought it for $10 and I played Fortnite, I'd use the code, I'd grab it, and I'd rip the barrel off and be like, here's my 6-shot 4 victory. Sawn off shotgun. I can't believe that. That's not even close. Igniter. Why? Igniter? Okay, here's the thing with the gel fire igniter. It's got, no, it's not terrible. It's not even on the wiki. I like yawning. Gel fire, yawn. Yeah, it's not even, man, that came out way early. I actually think the igniter's pretty okay. It was $10, which made it like the cheapest gel fire option. Still hit pretty hard. Still held a good amount. Looks kind of cool. At $10, that's that price range where it's like pretty much anything at $10 is hard to hate. It's the gel fire jolt. Exactly what you said, fire guy. It's not awful. Right? I don't think it's egregiously awful. Does anybody think the gel fire igniter is egregiously bad? No, see, the pain in my voice, Spartan, is that, like, it's hard to really talk about it because nobody cares. I bought it, I opened it, I played around with it, never filmed a video, but I liked it. I thought it was kind of cool. For $10, it's not overpriced. For a gel fire blaster, it hits that price point, holds like 150 rounds. They just pour right into the thing. It's got that, I think the barrel is cool. It's also got a tactical rail on it. I think it looks cool. I think the plastic quality is fine. I hate the little rubber cap or whatever, but again, for $10, I can't hate it. I think it's okay. I think it's aggressively okay. So I'm not gonna hate on it. I'm not gonna love it, but I'm not gonna hate on it. I think the ignite, unless somebody's like, dude, this thing killed my dog. Like, I can't believe you'd put the igniter in C tier. It shouldn't even be on the list. It murdered my poor puppy. Ruffles was never the same. So let's just move on. Okay. All right, chat. Put your headgear on. Get your boxing gloves, because this is going to be an interesting one. We got to talk about the Infinite. The Infinite. I'm sorry. Hasbro name dumb. Me smart. The Infinite was a blaster that I'm still not sure if I like it or not. I honestly don't know. So this was the big, huge release for 2024. It was the headliner of the NERF N-Series, and it had, its claim to fame was it's a pump action. It didn't have slam fire. Mine had slam fire. And it had no mod potential. I opened one up. It basically didn't have any mod potential. I'm sure somebody modded it. I tried. Didn't work. And it fired the N1 darts out of a massive 40-round chain mag. Like something from World War I or II, I guess, in this thing. It is really interesting. It is arguably good. You could actually swap out the mags if you wanted. But it doesn't come with a spare, and they don't sell them separately. Freaking Hasbro. And it looks kind of poopy. This is a whole mag bigger than blaster situation. But I want to know, are there actually huge fans out there of the Infinite? I saw Hawkeye made a transfer kit to make this shoot half darts. It's kind of cool. Nixie, I don't think that was a 2024. I think that's a 2025 blaster. This is just a worse dart zone villainator. Not wrong, but also not bad for 40 bucks for the chain mag. I mean, I'm not saying the villainator wasn't better for not having a chain mag. It had the big old... But chain mag, this, you know, it's still thick. It's still big versus dinner plate. I think there are some good ideas here. I kind of wish it just used a normal chain, to be honest, but I get why they went with this direction. It's definitely better than anything in C tier.
Let's rock.
Honestly, it's high B or low A. I don't think it's the best N-Series blaster. I think there's one N-Series blaster that is better than anything we've looked at so far.
Let's rock.
Bryson with a $5 super chat. What if there's a collab between Doom and Nerf? Been trying to get your attention. Dude, there's like 45 people in here, and it's kind of hard to talk about random stuff when we're trying to get through this list of blasters, so I apologize for that, but I do really appreciate the $5 super chat, Bryson. I don't think Doom would ever have a collaboration with Nerf simply because of Doom is super hyper violent and Nerf isn't. That being said, I think they're leaving money on the table not doing that. So I definitely think Nerf limited Doom, like 2 or 3 blasters, would go pretty hard. I think they could make a lot of money, but apparently Hasbro only likes to make money when they can screw you for it. Chain is easier to reload on the fly. That is agreeable, Nate. You're not buying my Moab. Hey, J-Ron, nice to see you. Thanks for it. CR Nerf, I don't hate it. I think you were talking about the Igniter. King Kavosha, member for 15 months. Good potential. So what are we feeling? Top of B, low A, high A? What are we thinking for this, the Infinite? I think high B is very fair. I think it has some drawbacks. I think it's kind of mediocre, but it is innovative. Low A? Top of B, low A. High B makes sense. Mid A, B A. I'm seeing more A's than B's. Oh, now I'm seeing all the B's. Okay, I think I'm going to do top of B. I think our next blaster on this set, though, is going to go high A, maybe even S tier. I think high B is fine. Mirage. Is this even on this? Oh, it is. I really like the Mirage, chat. I honestly like the Mirage more than I like the Challenger. I think it looks sick. I think it's the best little mag-fed rival blaster you could ask for. Did it have Slamfire? Please tell me it had Slamfire. It doesn't seem like it has Slamfire. Maybe that was like my one con against it, is it didn't have Slamfire. It is... I love this blaster. It was 20 bucks. You can find it for cheaper now. It looks cool. It functioned well. It technically could have replaced your Chronos if you wanted it to. It was really, like, they should have released this way sooner in the line. Not a fan of the handle, but good otherwise. Does have Slamfire. Okay, well, has Slamfire. I can't remember. That's my fault. I use it for the video, and then I put it away, and I work on the next video. With Slamfire, that makes this thing just insane. For 20 bucks, this is actually really good. And it's way cheaper than that now, Ifrit. Mirage is a definite S. That's arguable. Anybody have any reason for the Mirage to not be an S tier blaster? Because I honestly think it could be S tier. I don't know what this blaster does wrong. It does pretty much everything right. Compact, Slamfire, mag-fed, powerful, pretty accurate, looks awesome. Nothing to do with anything, but recently in my country, an Amazon clone opened up international buys, and I thought I could get some good blasters until I saw Dartson Pro Mark III for $500. Yeah, don't think Santy. I'll get you one for $250. Jams if you try to top load, if you're not skilled enough. The whole thing is you got to put your finger in there first, then shove the round down and kind of like lever it. You can do it. Okay, guys, this is not a stock. Okay? This is not a stock. Okay? Not a stock. Are we clear? You could use it to stable your shot and cheek pistol it. It's not a stock. High A. I can see high A. I could almost see an S. There are weird hang-ups people have with it, though. It's just an extra point of contact fire guy. Mid A, low S. Let's revisit this at the end. I think it's a high A. I think it's too little too late. There are a lot of blasters that are very similar to it. Like, if the finisher wasn't an Alpha Strike blaster in disguise, I think the finisher would be like, yeah, why would... Mirage is cool, but the finisher exists. I think high A, but we'll come back to it. The Lion from the... Okay, look, I understand. This is where we have to be objective, chat. This is a Nerf Junior blaster. It's the Lion Fury. It doesn't have a list. God damn. Nerf Lion Fury. Okay, first of all, sick name. Second of all, sick design. You can't tell me it's not a sick design, chat. It looks freaking fantastic. Looks like a Final Fantasy weapon.
Let's rock.
It's only 20 bucks. It's actually really cheap for the Nerf. What is it, though? It's a 40 and slip. 6-shot, rotating turret? Yep. 8-shot rotating turret. Not bad. Doesn't have Slamfire. Doesn't have Slamfire. Where's Buff Daddy when you need him? Doesn't have Slamfire. Everything about this blaster currently hinges on if it has Slamfire or not. Solanese Lion Fury S tier. $5 super chat. thank you, but no. This is an S. Why is it an S? I am very confused. I mean, why? Excuse me. I'm not putting this in S rank. I refuse. You guys are trolling me. There's like 4 people left in the comment section that are, because it annoys you. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's bad blaster. Honestly, 8-shot pump action, which the only problem is, like, I wish it had slam fire. King Kavosha with a $2 super chat says B. Baba Gaboosh. You know what? Screw it. We'll put it in B. It's better than the Infinite. How about that? You guys sealed your own fate. Again, is there actually anything wrong with it? For a Nerf blaster, like, the MSRP is 20. 8-shot rotating barrel, and it looks cool. I can't comment on performance because it's meant for ages 6 and up. But unlike, what was it, the Explorer, which was in like a $38 set, this blaster is better in every way. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly be, if I would use the Lion Fury for an integration just because it looks sick. I would put like a frickin' Titan tank in there and just have really long barrels, maybe some flames on the side of it and some glitter. Put a big old stinky stock on it. Yeah. Yeah, you would. You would. Not a bad blaster, C2. No, we're B. We're to the top of B. Top of B. That'll annoy somebody. If you guys are going to annoy me, I'm going to annoy you. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I want Buff Daddy, because Buff Daddy's like the... Oh, I'm going to go to frickin' Blaster Hub. That's going to take forever. Blaster Hub Lion Fury. Of course he did. What did you give it? It's a blaster made for kids, but it's fun and cool looking blaster made for kids. Look at him. Yeah, darn cute. That's not... Dude, what are with the ads? I'll let Buff Daddy get ads, don't get me wrong. Look at this. Look at this. The freaking cat in the box and the corgi. The cat just going to town on it, because that's what cats do. He's got an orange cat. It's got 1 brain cell. There's that brain cell turned off. Internals. Does it have slam fire? Rate of fire, build quality. He got a pretty high build quality. User friendly, 10. Price value, again, pretty accurate. That's how I would do it. I have slam fire. Control F, slam fire. It has slam fire! Dude, if I was 6 years old when I got this blaster, I'm king of the playground. You can't stop me. You know what I mean? Bam! Dude, that almost raises it to... Yeah, we're putting it in B. Screw you. I know somebody's be like, why is the Lion Fury B tier, but the Sender is C tier? The Sender's better in every... No, you're wrong. Bam. All right. What we're doing... I'm putting this in the bottom of D tier. No, I'm putting it in F tier. Screw you. No, everybody wants me to put it in F tier. It's F tier. You get what you want. Stop shouting. Is that popping the mic? Sorry. Captain America side strike. How much is it? What's it? Nerf Captain America Blaster. One of the only fictional characters that mains a pistol and a shield, which is like the coolest thing ever. It's a $15 blaster. Bottom of D. Better than the Driller, actually. We'll put it a better...
Let's rock.
Yona JJ with a 20 THB. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you very much, Yona JJ. I really appreciate it. And it's your first super chat, so thank you for giving me that. That means more to me than the money ever would. The fact that you are willing for me to be the first person you give money to, and, you know, YouTube will then take their cut. I can't thank you enough for that. Thank you. He doesn't main a pistol, just he uses a pistol. He can. How's the print quality on that one? I'm sure it's fine. I think I've seen it in stores and not cared. Hey, Nexus Pro X. This is where the fighting starts. Are you ready? Ready? Fight. All right. I want a good, clean, no holds barred fight to the death. Striker 2.0 versus Nexus Pro X. This is an S tier blaster. You can't convince me otherwise, but is it better than the Nexus Pro X? You gotta chat. If you're on your TV, your smart TV, I don't think those are touch sensitive. I don't know if you can use a remote to interact. Pull out your phone, get in the chat, choose your answer. I'm gonna let that run for like 3 minutes while we talk about the dude, Nerf. I'm so tired of this. Nerf is for kids. Yeah, kids are dumb. Stop this. The Nerf, it's a Buff Daddy. I could just that. Let's do Blaster Hub, Nerf Racer. Let's just type in Racer. Of course he's done a God, I love you, Brian. All right, the NERF Elite Junior Racer. It's a $5 blaster. That's a lot of blaster for $5. Okay, there's more to that blaster for $5 than there is to the Ward for $5. Is it? Oh, it's literally a Ward. That's funny. Look at, like, you get a little bit higher quality with this one, and it's the same price. Oh, that's the lion one. God, it's such a good picture. Yeah, I mean, it's the... Really? Like... It's okay. For $5, it's not bad. I mean, you can't be mad at any $5 blaster. Do you think this should go higher?
Let's rock.
If you think this should go higher, we can talk about it going higher. Checking in on our poll. The Nexus Pro X is winning, but only by 3%. It's a very close game. Let's see who comes out on top. The Cybermedic with a $10 super chat. And again, I popped their super chat, Cherry. Thank you so much. You can't have it back. It's mine now. It's forever in my heart. I really wish it would put a mark on your YouTube channel where if somebody goes to your page, it would say, your first super chat was to this channel, and you're forever stained for it. You can still be king of the playground with the Lion Fury. Hasbro needs to hire you. Their marketing team is absolute dog apples compared to that. That is amazing. You can easily mod a racer. You can be mad at the Ward. I mean, the Ward's the Ward. I'm not gonna. Yeah, you're not a foodie. I understand that, but this is $5. It's for kids. It's arguably better than the Ward. Yoda JJ with a THB 39. I don't know what THB. Hold on, I want to find out what that's from. But thank you very much for it. THB. It is Thai Bot. Is that how you pronounce that? Thank you. I now know that you're from Thailand. That is very generous of you. Thank you. I think the Pinpoint is much better than the Shatterstorm. I don't think so, Pancake. You can argue me with that at the end, but we've been going on almost 3 hours. I wanna get to the oh, hey, the Rogue. That's kind of a reshell though, ain't it? Is the Rogue on here? Is What else? I think there's like 4 or 5 rogues. Oh, there it is, right there. This was a flywheeler. This does have an actual grip for human hands. It did come with a drum, and might I say, if there's one thing Buzzbee has done really well, it's that their drums are double sprung from the get-go. Phenomenal. 4 AA batteries, the 30 dart drum. $25 for all that too. It's not a pro blaster. I assume the scope is removable too. It's better than the thing that came out previously to this. I forget its name. I bought one and never did a video on it. That was a weird thing. Rebel Mech. I think this is better than the Rebel Mech. David, I'm transferring justice to you. Sentence this blaster. Hey, Plague Dr. Wario. Well, it looks like the Nexus Pro X is 4 points ahead, but it might just be enough. Looks like the Striker 2.0 is going to lose best pump action of the year. Low B, high C. Competent, but not yay. I think that's fair. I don't really see anything wrong with it. Shark. Okay. I saw this Shark Blaster, and I'm going to be frank, I wanted it. I mean, it's pretty cool looking. Blaster Hub. Blaster Hub's done a video. There's one thing I can guarantee Brian has done. It's going to be... it's going to be a review on something that I don't give 2 craps about. It is a $15 average price. That's a bit high. Slightly later than this one. Performance and internals. Not much to write on this one. Looks like it's a 3-shot smart AR with a very easy to prime setup. Kind of cheap on the inside. Man, $15 for that though. Gosh.
Let's rock.
But damn, does it not look cool? Like, come on. This thing looks sick. It honestly might look cooler than the Lion Fury, but it's not as well balanced as the Lion Fury. King Kavosha with a $5 super chat. Striker 2.0 is probably a better blaster in reality. Well, you know, super chats do way higher than free Nerf voting. So if I add the 100 votes to the Striker 2.0 that you just bought with your $5, it's the Garguaro bastard. This is kind of true. You got to put like hair and, you know, ribbons and stuff on it. Make it look like an anime girl. What will you be doing, Rifle? We've already talked about the Rival. I paid for the Lion Fear to be S tier. It didn't happen. Yeah, but you didn't. You bribed, but you bribed in the wrong way. Pay an extra $2 for a torrent, and your 6-year-old. Yeah, 6-year-old with a torrent. I'm gonna put it a low C tier. I don't think it's aggressively bad. Do the Lion Fury can go 100 FPS. I don't care if it only went 20. It's cool looking. That's why it's on there. All right. Well, it kind of looks like this is obviously S tier. We'll just put it there. You guys had a chance. Nexus Pro X1. I think I made a stronger case for the Striker 2.0. I think the Striker 2.0 is better. But I left it to democracy, and this is why all of our elections are rigged, and the government is currently trying to tear this country apart. Because you can't trust the system. It's rigged. that got deep. Anyway, the Sprinter. The Sprinter. I want to know what you guys think about this blaster. I did record a whole ass review of this blaster. My hard drive is currently plugged up. Yeah, I have the whole video. It's been shot for probably 6 months, and I never edited it to release it. I could still do that, and I might. This is, in my opinion, by far, not only the best N-Series blaster, I would make the argument it's the best of the bullpups we've gotten from Hasbro. It's $30, semi-auto. The ergos are a dream. The trigger is freaking perfect. The mag works really good, and if I could get more of them, it would be higher up on the list. The only con I have against the Sprinter is that this is not a cheek rest. This plate and this plate should have swapped. I don't care about this plate, I care about this plate. And that is really interesting to say. If you were to convert this to short darts with like a banned blaster's cage, if one existed, I think you'd be extremely happy. You would take this and pit it up against an FDL and you wouldn't even think about it. It is such a good blaster. I'm trying to think of where mine is right now. Are there any other bullpups? This year, not really. Well, I mean, there were probably. Let's look at the list. There was a bullpup. The Muller was one. You could print it. You could. I mean, there's a lot you could do with it. I'm just saying, does anybody... I'm saying this is an S-tier blaster. Can you convince me otherwise? Because even if you're like, well, it's N-Series. N-Series 6, it's the best one by far. I don't know how, like, N-Series out of this blaster doesn't have the cons of N-Series. If this was an Ultra blaster, I'd be giving it an S-tier. If it was an Elite blaster, I'd be probably giving it an S-tier. Although it's harder with Elite because you get the performance drops Elite had. Reasonably accurate, fires exceptionally fast, handles well, and at $30 is a pretty freaking good deal. And I bet it's even cheaper now. Sucker isn't even on Amazon yet. Does the Sprinter exist? Holy crap. Maybe it's retailer exclusive and I forgot. Is it? I don't think it was. Is the Sprinter already gone? No, it's at Walmart. It's $20 blaster at Walmart. If the Sprinter, even though it was the first N-Series blaster we got to see, if the Sprinter was the first one I got my hands on, I think my entire opinion, well, no, it'd still be, it's like, yeah, this is the best one. All these other ones are trash. Buy this one. It is Walmart only. Okay. Is the shell, I mean, I'm going to go find it. It's around here. All right. Okay. It's freaking green screen. I didn't even think about that. Damn it. All right. Okay. Somebody's gonna mess this up for me. This blaster, the length of pull, right, is just about perfect. So it's comfy. The thumb grip, like a P90, comfy. The main grip, comfy. The actual negative spacing and stuff on the blaster, really good. Tactical rail if you want an optic. I'm glad I checked, but I'll do it anyway. Check out this rate of fire. Rev up time's actually really good, by the way. Like, you can straight up spam that. It's so good. It's so good. Like, this is legitimately a really good blaster. I would use this in HVZ. My only complaint is I can't buy more of these. I love these mags. I think these mags are great. My only complaint is I don't have 10 of them to actually run this thing in a war. That's just might be because Hasbro hasn't sold them separately yet. You can bet that I'll buy that Captain Commando blaster or whatever, and those two 18-round mags, they better be compatible with this, because I will use them in this. I think this blaster rocks socks. It's comfy. It handles like a dream. You could give this to anybody, and I think they'd be like, oh, what's this? That's pretty good. That's pretty... Oh, I'm SEAL Team 6. This is awesome. This is the best blaster. I think that's pretty much how this would go. It's by far the best N-Series blaster. It needs some paint apps. Yeah, but at least their color separation and their use of negative spacing was good. I still don't like this waxy new plastic. But, man, if this had Elite styling, I would literally throw my Raven out the window. This is so much better. The trigger is so much better than the Ravens. It's actually better than the Halo one, and it's actually better than the Moto Fury. Moto Fury? What is that thing called? I mean, this doesn't have the underbarreled shotgun, so it's obviously not as good, but the trigger on this is better. I think this is amazing. $30 for a flywheeler bullpup is not like, oh, that's too much money. No, Dorian, I might have to argue with you on this one. Moto Blitz, thank you. Art Zach, Alexa Farb, and Solanus. Now I gotta fix this. There we go. Yeah. I know I should have done a video on it. I think it's an S tier blaster. And I'm gonna put it up there. I mean, the only con is you can't get the magazines. It had 2 magazines. That's the only problem. I think it's A tier. It's the magazines. The magazine is the thing that kills it for me. That's the only thing. I can't... That's a big if. No spare mags. Siren. I don't know where the community sits on this one. I believe, and I do have like 15 of them right now, I believe that the Siren Blink is a fantastic blaster. I do think it has a problem, and I think that comes down to the fact that Adam's design for the flywheels is so effing good, but when it's injection molded, they're unbalanced and whiny, and that makes it a very loud blaster. But if you've ever actually used flywheelers at like HVZ, revving is an intimidation factor. Now, if the zombie isn't seen, revving is a sign of, hey, come kill me. But if a zombie's standing, if you're staring down a zombie, revving is an intimidation factor. It works both ways. The fact that you can get a $80 to $100 blaster, I believe is what it was, with a rechargeable LiPo 3S battery, has adjustable rate of fire, adjustable power, and it has a LiPo charger built into it, and a 20-round mag that's actually pretty cool. And those of you saying the ergonomics are bad, I think the ergonomics are fine. I think they're absolutely fine. This is the most dual-wieldable blaster. The thing people are like, ergonomics are good, because again, it's not really a stock. It's not meant to be a stock. If you use it like a rifle, it doesn't work. If you use it like an SMG, it works amazing. Again, I even decided, Nate, I'm putting you on blast. The stock, it is not a stock. It is a third point of contact. You can use it as a stock in a pinch. I would also make the argument it's a flywheeler. You're not going to be aiming with it. So, yeah. It is expensive, but you get all of it. It does basically everything you need a flywheeler to do. Wish it came with 2 of them. It would be cool if it came with 2 of them. I'm not going to disagree. I have a bunch now. I can't really find a use scenario for it personally, so I don't like it that much. I mean, yeah. It's like saying I can't find a use case for a Bugatti, so I hate it. I can make a use case for a Bugatti. I jumped on the pre-order after your video, but I canceled it for the BK1S, and I'm not sorry. Well, yeah, at that point, I wouldn't blame you. That being said, you're going to get a higher rate of fire and probably less... Now, BK1S is really good, man. I'm not going to fault you for that one. I think a higher rate of fire, definitely, though. I've never seen one, no opinion. That's like the one opinion I was waiting for. I'm going to put it low A. I think it is very loud and unbalanced flywheels, and the ergonomics aren't for everyone. I do think if you were in the market for a pro flywheel blaster, it is one of the only options. I think a Gen 2 Blink would destroy a lot. Full auto, mind you. Full auto flywheeler primary pro blaster. I guess the main issue I have to point out is, like, the Maxim is good. The Venom is good. This hits harder than both of those. I think, like, if you needed a flywheeler, you probably weren't going to use the semi-auto. And I think that's where this thing falls apart. I think when you go, like, I want full auto, I want a dart hose, I want an actual SMG. Man, that thing would be really cool if it had, like, a magnet holster and you had those on your legs. Like, it's going to be way cooler than a Strife. I think it's a good blaster. And you can't convince me otherwise. I got another super chat, Cherry. Oh, S tier. You convinced me to buy the otherwise 2 other Siren Blasters. I don't think it's S tier. I think there is some claims to be made that it's a little bit much for some people. It is pretty expensive, although still a good value for what you get compared to the Omnia. What's the Omnia Gen 3 run right now? I don't know why I put it on this list. I did. The Omnia is basically the same price. Siren Blink. The Siren Blink is actually $8 cheaper right now. It's even cheaper if you go to, like, other places too. Yeah. I was not convinced enough to buy an Omnia Gen 3. Maybe it's just because I've had so many of them. I might come back to it. Oh, all right. I was going to ask the wife to bring me an energy drink. We need to look at the strike bag. It doesn't even have a thing. Buff Daddy, save me. Blaster Hub Strike Back. So, wait. Buff Daddy let me down? No. No. Buff Daddy didn't do a video, or didn't do a review. I can't believe it. That's frustrating. So, the Strike Back is an internal round 6-rounder. Pump action, as far as I know, doesn't have slam fire. Does have a little gimmick where the plates move on the side of the blaster just to look cool. Ergonomically, it's kind of fantastic. I didn't really do the video on it, but I can tell you that much. It's $25, which is not great, especially for what you get. For that, I don't know where to put that. It's definitely not B or A. I think it's C, like low C. Anybody have an extreme love for the Strike Back? Anybody? Omnia 3 fixed the actual issues. I'm going to move the internals of my Gen through, and as soon as the green is that's great. Like, is it actually, like, really good now? Or is it just like, yeah, it's what it should have been when it came out? Like, if the rate of fire is still whatever it is, like, if it still has any kind of trigger delay, is the burst fire fun, I guess, is my only question. Yeah, I think my wife is pinging me on. She's just sending me anime. The strike back is just a cooler Shadow Storm. That's kind of acceptable. Strike back is cool. The extra feedback is neat. High C tier? David, it is there. I have put the Clipmania there. I think the Omnia 2 is, like, ergo-wise and, like, design-wise, I think it's a fantastic blaster. I just wish it was good. And apparently the Gen 3 is good, but it's, like, too little too late kind of thing. I don't know. I haven't watched a video on it. You have one, Solanus? If you do, I'd like for you to bring it up so I can take a look at it. Do we even need to talk about the do we have opinions on this? What is that thing called? Oh, I'm so tired of this. Strikeout. It's $15 for a 2-shot Jolt. Look at the Jolt Prime. I'm going to put it at the top of F tier. That is all hard plastic, by the way. The saw blade is, I believe, foam. I have one. But the actual bat is hard plastic, and it's like that big, I think. It's... Yeah. All right. Nobody seems to disagree about that, so we'll just move that to F. Okay, I have some thoughts on the Uproar. I know you guys hate it, because it's gel fire. It's not even on the list. The Gelfire Uproar, I haven't used it, but it is full auto. It takes double A's. It's $30, and it has kind of a cool shape. I'm not sold on how good it would work rate of fire-wise or performance-wise. It is cheap. The Uproar is like $10 on Amazon. Cool, I paid $30 for it. That good, Kanji Johns, huh? 5 and they all broke. I don't. Why would you buy 5? Why would you buy 3? I'd buy one. If it broke, I'd buy another or do an exchange. If that one broke, I'd be done. Actually, at that point, I'm making a YouTube video because it's just gold. Actually sucks. I like the idea. I'm going to put it at bottom of D tier. If it worked, I think it's at least worth that. People, I've just seen F tier aggressively from Let's Fling Foam. I'm going to put it at the bottom of D tier. I think even at the worst of times, you could have fun with it. Next up is the Twist Fury. This is I think it's a $15. I have one. Thank you for coming in clutch again, Blaster Hub. This was Taffy's blaster that I believe Captain Slug organized to have made into an actual product. It is unapologetically the skewer. It's now called the Twist Fury. It operates the same way. Ergonomically, it's about there, although the priming bar looks to be less good. Here's Brian using it as a cheek pistol, which is honestly a good way to use it. I was actually a big fan of using the Twist Fury as a cheek pistol. Nice grips for a Buzzbee blaster, which we shouldn't ever have to take for granted, but it is a Dollar General exclusive, so if you've never found it, that's why. It is kind of... God, Blade and Soul's back? Jeez. You can see the plunger tube. It is very easy to mod from what I've heard. Nice color separation. There's some shenanigans going on right here, that's for sure. If you can connect the magazines, why not connect the blasters too? Interesting. Yeah, it's about what you'd expect. It is... Oh, I'm so sorry. I needed an energy drink. It is about as simple as a mag-fed blaster can get. And there's a market for that. So, you could easily convert these things. I mean, look, it's literally like they made it to be modified. The whole thing, everything just comes out and you can replace it. Plus taffy. So, at $15 mag-fed direct pullback, I mean, that's still pretty okay. Look at that. A tier, C. See, I'm not feeling A. I think B. It's definitely like top of B, I think. I don't think it's A tier. It's a little expensive for what it is. B is fair. If you can convince me the regulator's not a good Nerf blaster, you win $1. Well, stock regulator's kind of garbage. Modded regulator's actually fire, though. I mean, I can see a lot of love for the Twist Fury. I think it's above the line. I think the Twist Fury is probably rounding out the top of B tier. I think this is a blaster. The problem is, like, so for $15, if you want it tinker, I think you can make it a pretty good little thing. I think there's going to be fans of this blaster out there, and I think they're going to go hard. For normies, they're not going to be attracted to it. And for somebody like me who has literally everything, it's like, I know why people will like this, and I think people will enjoy it. And I really do like my my skewer. But this is a cheap skewer. And it... I think a top of B. Even with mod potential, I think it's top of B. Yeah, I'm adding the mod value into that, Dorian. I still think it's top of B. I do. I think it's top of B. I think a lot of things overshadow this. I mean, you're talking about, like, why mod the Twist Fury when you could just buy a Striker 2.0? Especially when they're like $30. It's like, why would you buy a Twist Fury and mod it when you're going to have a better time with a Striker any day of the week? And you're going to spend more in time and money modding that Twist Fury to the point where if you're modding the Twist Fury, you're doing it because you just want to mod something. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, every time I see those blasters, I just want to yawn. This is that, not Dread Hammer. Oh my god, the Reaper? Rev Reaper? What? The freaking, they're all the same. X-Shot Horror Fire. Doomsday. Yeah? Doomsday. I think this is the worst one. I think it's the worst one of the Horror Fire stuff. I think it's the coolest looking, but I think functionally it is the worst one. This is the one I would not pick up. I think it's, I can see people enjoying it, and I can see play value being a thing. But say, like, Blender just said A tier because it's cool and fun to use. It is not fun to use because of all that resistance at the start of the Prime. I hated that. I think it's the worst one by far. Value-wise, it's $15. Not horrible, not great. That gummy start to the Prime Blender, you cannot defend that. We know why it's there. It's there for the spinny blade action. but that ruins the entire blaster. It should have been priming at the end is where it catches. It would have felt better. Because you start off slow and then you get that grip instead of like slamming it back and then having that resistance there. I'm going to put top of D tier. It's definitely better than the halftone hero, but I honestly would avoid that one. The ward, the stock ward. There's nothing wrong with a ward. It is $5. It's the agility is a better blaster. It's just, it's a ward. It's $5. You want a 2-shot smart AR, you have a use for it in your local games, or you just like to have fun. It's fine. I can taste Boise Air. Right back to like, I would run that at Dart Wars. I don't even think they exist anymore. It's okay. I still think the agility is better. I think it's okay. I'm actually going to put it next to the Pinpoint. It's fine. The Gnarl. This is probably still... what's it at price-wise? It's $18 blaster at Walmart right now. So, the pros of the Gnarl is it's a very compact little mag-fed pistol, and the performance is no slouch. The cons are ergonomically, I can grab it. Most of you can't. It does have a lot to be desired with the pullback. I think they could have easily had made that way more comfortable, but it's also an easy thing to fix if you wanted to. The price isn't egregious. And again, we're talking like, here's this thing right here, right? The Gnarl is chunkier, but it isn't that much bigger while having the magazine. It's like the smallest mag-fed Springer you will find. It's not perfect. It's another one of those things where I think it could be even like, oh, it can't use a scar muzzle. Yeah, it's not hard to put a scar muzzle on this thing. It takes like 3 seconds. Undo the front screws, pull the red thing or the orange thing out, and then just, you can rest it on the barrel, or you can remove it completely and put a scar on it. It's really not that hard. Picatinny Rail, it's a pro blaster. It's arguably one of the cheapest pro blasters, 130 FPS or so. The prime sucks. I don't have that much for prime with it. I do think the priming bar should have just been like a T-pole and not this weird ring. But again, you want to complain, oh, the prime sucks. The prime, I hate the priming bar. Put a piece of string through it. Problem solved. Oh, it should have been good out of the box. It's a piece of freaking string. Put a hair tie through. I don't care. I'm less cool on this than most of the other blasters from Siren. I think it has its fans, but I'm uncertain if it deserves any accolades. When I was talking about cheap, like when I'm comparing it to like, it's not fair. When I was talking about the Fury X, I should have been talking about the Gnarl. Same thing, really. It's one of the cheapest pro blasters there is. It undercuts the Aeon Pro. Like, I almost feel like, I forgot the Siren Gnarl existed. That's a shame, because it's actually a pretty decent blaster that fits into the same stuff as that. You can primary a Gnarl. It's mag-fed and hits like 130, 140 FPS. I'm going to put it top of B. I think the Gnarl deserves that much. Value-wise, it's there. Performance-wise, it's there. It's also compact, and it's one of the smallest mag-fed, like, sidearm. Like, it's not a sidearm, it is a secondary that you could have. Yeah. It's butt ugly? I don't think so. It reminds me of the Enforcers from Unreal Tournament. No, I don't think the Aeon Pro is S tier. I don't think so. You know what could be S tier, though? Maxim Pro. Man, the Maxim Pro. I know where mine is, because I want to do a second video on the Maxim Pro. That is a fantastic... What is the Maxim Pro retailing right now? It's a $40 blaster normally. Still a $40 blaster. Well, it's online. You can still buy it online. Order it online. This was a $40 Strife, a Pro Strife, that made everybody forget the Strife Pro was even a thing. Its biggest claim to fame is the fact that you can remove one screw, throw out a LiPo battery, and you get a massive performance boost. Massive performance boost. Oh, wow. Now you can swap it to AA's, and you have a really good semi-auto. Here's the thing I wasn't expecting. I still don't recommend you do this. But the Maxim Pro with the Strife full auto kit from Worker that it's literally designed to take out of the box, which is insanity to me, is really good. It's really good. I can't explain it. The single shots are good. The full auto feels good. You can't adjust it. It's basically all or nothing. But it feels so responsive in the Maxim Pro, and I don't know why. It just made me love it. You can put whatever stock you want on it. It's kind of cool looking with the translucent stuff. I hate the confetti side panels. Those are garbage, but it's like, basically, it's like, this is the Strife. Like, if everybody made body kits for this over the Strife, I wouldn't, hold it against them. It just does everything perfectly. It's very easy to put a second stage cage in. I was watching Prickly Nerf Mods do it on one of his builds. He did two. He doesn't have a chronograph, he says. He put two Maxim cages right in front of each other. And that makes me, I want to know what the performance of that is. Because that could be like 200 something FPS. Because they're high crest cages. And they're really nice wheels and stuff. It makes you wonder. I do agree that it's kind of bland, Fire Guy. Walcom, many people have had their stock motors burn out. Really? Mine's still going hard, and I've ran dozens of magazines through it. I don't think it's S tier. I think it's bottom of A tier. I would honestly put it one step above the Blink. I think it's a really good blast. It's definitely better than the Sender. It's not as good as the Venom. But I know there are people who will really like this blaster. Middle of A, I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. We did get one extra rival blaster released last year. And that was the Deadpool Takedown. So it's still, it's at Target for $21. Damn. Man, it's $37. I don't have one. I didn't know they were that expensive. Interesting. Didn't know they were, I never even got one. They were $30 MSRP according to Target. Well, that's an insane price in my opinion. $20 is probably fine though, and that's what they're going on at Target. Takedown. It's a fun blaster. It's a really fun blaster, actually. It's a reskin, and in 2024, compared to everything else we have on this list, I feel like the Takedown suffers even compared to the Mirage. I don't think it's as good as the Mirage. This might be an aggressively CO2 blaster. People are saying middle B. Really? Mid B, huh? It's better than the Challenger, you think? I do think the Challenger, or the Takedown is good. I just don't think it's as good as the Mirage. I'd use a Mirage over a Takedown. And I love shotguns, and I love sawn-offs. I love the grip on the Takedown. I think B is fine. Like, do you think it's better than the Torrent, though? I don't really think it's better than the Torrent. Okay, well, we'll put it there. What do you guys think about the Desperado, though? Again, in a C where it's like, we haven't had very many true sidearms in the Nerf hobby. Here's the Desperado, which out of the box hits harder than most of the things Nerfers released in the past 2 decades. And then on top of that, you can mod it to hit like 120 FPS for $8. And all you need to do is print out a new cylinder and a couple of caps to add more compression to the string. This is a fantastic blaster. This is weird. This is a super weird one. Because, like, it's way better than a Snapfire 8. It's arguably way better than the Nailbiter. I just think the Nailbiter is super sweet because it's a nail gun. It's a really, really good blaster. My only con is that, like, you have to really work on it because, like, if you don't get that grip to fully release at an appropriate speed, it jams up a little bit and you get a sloppy grip and you have to kind of try to fix it. Your hands are only going to hurt if you, like, really try to max this thing out. It's a phenomenal blaster. And again, it's like one of the only ways that you can get a true sidearm. Like, a sidearm has to be something that you can, like, transition from your primary to be able to, like, if you have an issue or for whatever reason out of ammo, you can still hold your primary and draw and use and put back. That's what makes a sidearm. So, like, a lot of things don't fit the side. Like, a gnarl isn't a sidearm because you can leave it primed, you can get the one shot, but after that you're out. But you can do that with literally any blaster. But if you had your primary on a sling and you had an issue, you could drop your primary, draw your gnarl, and you would still feel fine. But again, you're going to a secondary at that point. I think it's an S tier blaster. I honestly do. But I could see top of A tier. Or maybe just, like, right here. It does have the reset problem. And yeah, for some people with weak hands, yeah, that's probably going to cause issues. I think, like, right here is perfect. It's not going to be for everybody, but it is absolutely an awesome budget sidearm option with room to grow. Omnia Gen 3. Somebody told me it wasn't on this list. Yeah, technically it was out last year. I don't know if Buff Daddy has talked about it. Yeah, yes. All right. Quick review. The Omnia Gen 3, it really is improved. I want to buy one. I don't have the money for it. Had noticeable firing delays. The Gen 3 is good enough to compare to any pro blaster out there. It's an easy way to time it. I recorded simple firing footage. And made sure my GoPro was recording counting frames and simple. 9 frames up their trigger, giving a 75. In both burst and full auto, there were 17 times between darts, making average 10 darts per second almost exactly. That's much better than the previous Omnias. I wish they had waited a little longer and made the Omnia correctly the first time. See Foam Quest's video. This is Foam Quest. I don't know who they are. I have not watched their content, I don't think.
Is green with green magazine.
Oh, no, I've seen their content.
Cool. I know some people will still prefer the red, but I think
we're going all the way back to the GoPro on the head video.
We're claiming chronograph test, but we're going to see. 155, 154.
Sounds good.
155, 159, and 157. Now, just for comparison, let's take these same Nitro Shot bamboos and fire them through the original. Which I guess this one doesn't have a full battery, but it was charged. 159, 154, and 156. So we're on setting 2, which is 3-round burst. Here's the original Generation 1 Omnia Pro.
Awful. And
now here is the Generation 3 Nitro Shot Omnia Pro.
It's better. It's still Maybe my
And now here is the Generation 3.
maybe I'm just too picky. It's still pretty bad. Oh, it's still pretty bad, shit.
Not only is the trigger response faster, but the actual firing of the 3 rounds.
Like, I swear to God, it's gotta got a ball and a gun gun. Granted, this is modded, but I think this is way more responsive in like every way. Again, I might actually. I don't think I have the darts around for it. Yeah, this is my modded one. This is gonna be way more responsive. This thing on semi-auto, I swear to God, was more responsive than a Strife. If you watch my old video review, Shindawu, if you don't, I'm gonna ban you. But what the hell is going on? Everything's falling and breaking. The Nerf uppercut is great. I better get that $5. Okay.
Is more like a 3-round burst.
I'm really glad that he showed it.
Slowed down rate of fire like what we saw in the Generation 1. Now let's fire some shots downrange. First in single fire.
That is way better.
Now in 3-round burst. And
still, the cadence of the darts is really good. Don't get me wrong. It's the delay is noticeable.
Finally in full auto.
Ironically enough, that is meh. It almost seems like the 3-shot burst was better, and it might actually be better because there's less bog down on the wheels.
And finally in full auto.
It's the same.
Now this was just kind of a little short video.
All right. It's definitely better. Is it better than a blink? I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it's better than a blink. I can see it being A tier. It finally works the way it should have from the get-go. It's definitely better than a Strife X. I think the blink is better. I think it's okay. I think it's halfway, not halfway there. I wish this is what it would have been, because it still would have been one of my favorite blasters. But had I gotten a blink, I would have said this is better full auto. And the 3-shot burst is a gimmick. The only time 3-shot burst actually works the way it should is when you have a ridiculously good high rate of fire. You need like 10, 11 darts per second to make a 3-shot burst feel there. Top of B? I can see that. I can see top of B. That's fair. I like that. I like that a lot. If it was purple, I'd move it up. That purple really does go hard, Dart Zone. That's a really good look. Well, next up is... It's just the single shot Scorpion. Or not, these aren't even the single shot Scorpion. The wolf ones, I think? I don't really have opinions. Maybe I shouldn't have had them there. No, gosh. There it is. Yeah. Oh, $20? No. No, gross. There we go. I feel pretty confident about that. Where's the Sweetheart Storm? It's on the table behind me. I can't really get to it because there's a green screen here. The Scorpion pack. Is it even here? Oh, that's pretty sick looking. What did you get? Oh, I'm going to save that there. I don't think he actually covered the Scorpions. There's single shots, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I just don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care. What is that thing called? X-Shot Horror Fire. I always forget what the pistol is called. The Reaper X or whatever. These are pretty... I'm going to put the Reaper X it's so boring. They're like barely better than the shotgun. In fact, the shotgun I think should go even lower. They're okay, but they don't do anything. They're basically like knockoff crosscuts. So, like, they really don't do anything special. They're better than the shotgun, not by much. They don't hold a candle to the Dreadhammer in terms of value or fun. Can we bump the Torrent to C tier? No. The Torrent's actually okay. Once it works, it works. I'm getting tired of people right now. Why is this at this? Why is it? Okay, well, you're going to have to watch the VOD because we explained that. And I'll explain why everything is at the end, I guess. I usually do. The Clip Mania. This is an interesting one. So I've seen them for $18. I think I bought mine for $25. Value-wise, there's a lot there. Strife-wise, it's pretty good. Mine does have a sticky trigger. I haven't worked through it to see if that sticky trigger would improve. Has anybody else had any problems with the Clip Mania? I don't think it's A tier. I wouldn't take a Clip Mania over a Maxim Pro any day. I don't care if they're different things. There's just nothing. If I was going to give this to a kid, I'd give it to him with dead batteries. Class of Real tipped $5. Everyone is under moral obligation to say the uppercut is awful, even if they are bribed $10 to say it was great. Just pocket the money. Yeah, I never got a chance to ban that person. I think somebody else did. I just find it underwhelming. I can understand that. This is a pretty decent blaster. Value-wise, you get what? Like, imagine the, what is it? The Dart Zone, Thunder Shot, or whatever, the Spectrum. It's like the Spectrum's like $50 for the Spectrum and like 5 mags. The Clip Mania is just as good. And it comes with what? 4 mags at least? Maybe 3. 3 mags. 3 mags, 2 mag holders, a dart holder. It's a pretty good value. Solid B. I think that's fair. I would put it like mid B, higher B. Actually, I'd put it pretty much towards the top. I think it's a good value. Mine has a stickier trigger. Like, it doesn't seem to fire as fast as it should. It seems like it only fires... I think my pusher might be a little too short. I'm not quite sure. I did the unboxing on camera, and then I put it next to the range, and then never got it. Fugly? I don't know if I'd go that far. I think it looks kind of sick. You think that looks bad? I think you look bad. Just kidding. And again, we got our first X-Shot flywheeler with the Rage Fire. Then we immediately got a second, or not immediately, but a year later we got a second one. I think it's actually a really good little thing. I think kids would go nuts for this. It's not super amazing, insane. I mean, I don't know if it's a 9 out of 10. It's very good, though. Yeah, I'm going to put it up towards the top of B. The Quadrant. Okay, the Quadrant's fun. I don't care who you are. It looks so bad, but it's so fun. Middle C. I want to see what he said about this. This blaster, it's not egregiously bad. It's just for $15 is a freaking joke. 4 out of 5 stars, huh? It is cute, but yeah, it's a $15 blaster. I have one laying behind me. I couldn't get myself to do a video on it. That's a really interesting camming system, though. That's not a... That's the fly... What's the Lancer? It's, again, it's a little mini gun with an 8-shot rotating turret. It has slam fire, but, I mean, I just don't see the application for it. Or is it 10? I can't count. It might be 10. It looks like 10. Yeah, it's 10. That's how apathetic I was. The Lancer? No, I did not review this thing favorably. I almost didn't want to buy it. I think it looks cool in like a mini Splatling, but it's like, it's so... I don't know. Because like, I love the mini Splatling. I couldn't get behind. I thought it was too much money for what it was. I guess it's not that bad. I wouldn't call it like a fan favorite, but yeah, I guess it's not that bad. 10-shot rotating barrel, fires effectively, has slam fire, is a minigun. If it was like $12, I think it would be a slam. I mean, I'm splitting hairs over $3. Okay, it's not as bad. I never even took out, I never got a chance to even say I liked it, but you can get most of it in the package, as you can see here. And it's just like, it's exactly what you'd expect. This cylinder just indexes once and fires a dart, and then you're out. Collects for with $1. The Lancer would be a winner if Dartzone could have bothered with 8 inline clips. I don't know when we'll ever see like an off-the-shelf blaster that tries to use inline clips. I don't think they could. On the sheer fact that I think the kids would get frustrated because you need pretty fresh darts with inline clips. Yeah, but the Villainaire is a lot more expensive. I don't hate it. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I don't hate it as much as I did. I'm gonna put it middle of C. I think for $15, like, I guess it's the same price as a Fury X. It's the same price as Fury X. It's $2 cheaper than a Torrent right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put it top of D tier. I think you could do worse. Now that I sit there and think about it, I think you could do worse. But quite honestly, it's not that bad. Blaster Corn. And people, it's not S tier, I'm sorry. Is it $8? I think it's either 8 or 10. $8. So, this has potential to be modded, which is good. As a toy, most people don't even realize this. Did Blaster Hub cover? the wings flap on it, which is really cute. And you can make it into like, if you're like 130 FPS cap, even 150, it'd be pretty easy for you to get it up to that performance mark. Oh my God, I hate ads. I hate the internet. I'm so done with ads on the internet. Yeah, I'm not seeing them. It's a single shot front loader. Tusk's blaster corn. What did Tusk get it to? It is a perfectly executed idea. It is a single shot. It does have performance that you can get out of it. It does have the play feature with the wings flapping, which I actually really liked. I didn't even know it did that until I was playing with the package on the way home. It's actually not a Jolt. It's a Night Finder. No, see, it's not a Jolt reskin if you can make it hit 150 FPS. You can't make a Jolt hit that. I don't think...
Let's rock.
Sorry, I'm like deep thinking about this because I do think Papa B might be generous for a single shot $8 blaster. But maybe that's fair. Maybe that's fair. Because that's it. We're finally done. We've been at this for way too long. Hey, Homely. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming out. So, I think this is a pretty well-rounded list. There's a lot of Bs. These are all blasters that are pretty good. They're not super inoffensive, but they have stuff holding them back. A is a little bit thinner, and S tier is S tier, and I think this is pretty much where it should be. I'm not upset with this list. There's so much in B tier, it's hard. C tier is like, you probably be fine with it, but there are way better options. D tier is like, I wouldn't even bother, but you could. There are people who are going to be a fan of it. F tier is like, there's no way you like these blasters. You're lying if you say you like them. You wasted money if you bought them. Don't buy them. We're talking like the Cyber Sleeve, the Minecraft, the Nerf Junior, the Gear Up Pack, the other Nerf Junior, the stupid $15 Strikeout. Yeah, those are all garbage blasters. No real there. Apparently people have issues with the Uproar, but even at its best, it's a pretty offensively inoffensive blaster. It's full auto gel fire for $30. Whatever. The Driller is $20 and it's just a hammer shot. That can go screw itself. This is a $15 strike fire, whatever, the zombie strike blaster. I don't know why it exists, but it has Captain America on it if you're a fan of that. You could do way better. It's an antique blaster at this point. The Gear Up Pack, nobody cares about the Gear Up Pack, but it does one of the only ways you get one of those little bolt action agilities if you're really into that. The Pillager Crossbow. It's the same thing as an agility, but it's $20 instead of $10. No thanks. The Doom Haver, I don't know. The pump action horrify. It's the worst one. And it's the worst one because that ridiculous prime at the very front of it, since all the gearing ratios for the spinny blade is at the front of it, priming it back feels awful. That's my opinion. Apparently other people share that opinion. The Corruptor. It's too little too late. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a bolt-action carbine mag-fed 18-round elite dart shooter, but it's too little too late. It's so aggressively mediocre it counts against. The Firebrand, do you want a Nerf hatchet? You can get a Nerf hatchet. It's $20. I wouldn't bother. The Halftone Hero, another $20 blaster, when half the blaster is useless. Otherwise, it's a 6 shots for victory, which is pretty okay. The Reaper X's, they're fine. They fire darts. They spin blades. It's not horrible. It's just not fun. The Lancer. It's not awful. It could be fun, but it's $15. And at this price point, you can get a Fury X. You can get a lot of things for $15. The strike, the shark blaster, it's cute. It works. It's for kids. Pretty cool looking. The igniter, it's the gel fire jolt. It works. It's a better value probably than the uproar. Also, it looks cool. The racer, $5, gives you more than a ward in my opinion. Great for kids. Nothing offensive there. The quadrant, it's super fun. It looks dumb. It's super fun. Price isn't that bad either. The ward, it's the ward. It's $5. It's a 2-shot smart AR. It'll be fine. The pinpoint, half that blaster is useless and you can't buy extra mags for it. Otherwise, it's okay. I think you could get more for $20, but if it had like attachments, it would be well worth the $20. The shadow strike, it's just too expensive. It's the Retaliator internal mag, or the Shadow ICS of the NERF N-Series line. The attachments don't do anything. They are some of the worst attachments NERF has done, and it's $32 or something like that. You could do better. The Sender, even if the thing worked perfectly, there are better options for cheaper. If you find it on sale and you can get over the disgusting trigger pull and you want to roll the dice if the blaster works or not, even if you got one that worked flawlessly the way it's supposed to, I think you'll still be left wanting with the ward. At $25, $30, it's a lot easier to recommend it. At $15, $20, yeah, you could do with a Sender. It's fine. At that price point, you're not going to be unhappy. It's still a pro flywheeler. It's still a unique bullpup configuration, but it has so many things that are going against it, especially when you have the Maxim, the Venom Pro, or even things like the Omnia Gen 3, and the Blink. I mean, you're going to have things that are going to be better than this. The Strike Back, it's $25 for a 6-shot smart AR. It feels good. It looks good. It's too expensive for what it is. It does very little. We got B tier. These are blasters you could probably buy and you'd probably like them, and they're good value. The Rogue, it comes with a 30-round drum. It's a semi-automatic flywheeler for $25, probably more on a discount. Kind of hard to hate that, to be honest. You got the Doomsday. Is that what? I can't remember what these things are called. They're all dumb names. It's a crusher. It's a fun crusher. It looks cool, and it's $25. And honestly, if you wanted to run HVZ and have like a never-ending loadout and carry thousands of rounds, not hundreds of rounds on you, reload really quick, and have a time where you can either just single shot or dump darts as fast as you can prime it, that's what this blaster would be good for. And for that, it's worth a mention. Dreadhammer. Thank you, Pigfish. At that point, it's a recommendation. The Challenger, it was $35. It's cheaper right now. If you want to get one, it's like $15, which is a really good deal. Use the link in my description to buy it. It looks really ugly on the left-hand side of it, like unapologetically ugly. The magazine is really goofy. I love and hate it. I think you could do better, but for a Strife in Rival, if that's what you wanted, you didn't want a Perseus and stuff like that, I could see you going far with this one. There's really no reason why it wouldn't be a good choice. The Ace of Spades, it's kind of flimsy. It's pretty expensive at $50, even if it looks cool and it's a collectible. But looking cool and collectible doesn't exactly mean that it's worth the price of admission to everybody. If you're a fan of Destiny, you're going to get a lot out of it. If you're a fan of NERF and wanted a elite, fast reload revolver that's bigger than a Strife, you could probably do better, but if you didn't want to, this would fit that bill. Has very low mod potential, but again, rule of cool does apply, and it is it's pretty cool. The Muller. This thing hits 280 FPS out of the box, if you get one that works. Ergonomics are a nightmare. The value is there, though, because it's only a $40 blaster when it's not on sale, and it can, again, 3 power settings and all that kind of stuff. Bullpup, slam fire, arguably one of the better pro blasters. If it had a Gen 2, I think a Muller Gen 2 would be a force to be reckoned with. The Torrent. When you get one that works, and they're regularly on sale now, it is a compelling pump action or top prime mag-in grip carbine style pro blaster. It's better than the Sender in every way. It's comparable to things like the Aeon Pro X and the Fury X. The difference is how much you're paying for it now. When it came out, if it worked, they had issues with the barrels with the first ones, like mine. You still got a pretty decent little blaster that was comparable to the Aeon Pro X. So, yeah, not bad, not great, not bad. aggressively middle, you could do with it, but you probably won't. That's why it's in B tier. The Infinite. People had issues with them, but it has a lot of applications, but it's also kind of like uninspired. The gimmick is sweet. The detachable 40-round chain mag that you can very easily load up, but the actual design of it's like, pump grip's a little small, stock's a little short, looks kind of silly. Like it's making it hard to like this blaster. But if you had one, you probably were okay with it. It's not bad. It could be better, especially with Slamfire. As an initial offering, it seems a little weak. The Lion Fury. It looks cool. It has Slamfire, 8 shots, reasonable price. It's for kids. It does everything it's set out to do, and then some. Yeah, that's why it's there. Hate it all you want. The Twist Fury. It's not a bad blaster by any means. It's actually pretty good. And if you're into what the Twist Fury is offering, like you wanted a skewer and it's cheap and you want that and you want to mod it, that's fine. There's so many other blasters out there that you could be giving you a whole lot more than what the Twist Fury will. And even if you wanted to mod the Twist Fury, you're talking money, time, effort. Pretty much an Aeon Pro X is going to blow it out of the water and stuff like that. That's what makes it a little bit more difficult. So I can kind of like it, but it's a hard recommendation. If you like the Twist Fury, you know you like the Twist Fury. But it's hard for me to recommend to other people. It's a very niche product. The Clipmania. 3 mags, mag holders, tons of attachments, darts for all of that, semi-auto on a cool platform that meshes in with what Airsoft and Paintball was already doing. Yeah, no. The Clipmania is pretty good for $25, and I've seen it at 18 at Fred Meyer, so. The Gnarl. This is a blaster I literally forget about when I talk about cheap pro blasters. It's currently $17 at Walmart or something like that online. It is mag-fed. If you have an issue with the prime, it is pretty garbage. Just put a loop of string or something through it or give it a different prime. Powerful. Ergonomics are fine for anybody that doesn't have monster mittens. So if you have monster mittens, you're not going to like this blaster. Otherwise, ergonomics are good. Mag-fed. Decently powerful. You could primary it. It would also make a good secondary. It's just there. It exists. It's not going to break the bank. And comparing it to things like the Fury X even now, it's like, honestly, I would almost take a Gnarl over a Fury X. Just saying. The Omnia Gen 3. We watched a review from Foam Quest. It looks better. It honestly does look a lot better. It still seems like a little too late. They did the Gen 1. Awful. They did the Gen 2. Slightly better. I still couldn't really recommend it for more than full auto. The Gen 3 legitimately does look better. It doesn't look quite up to where I would expect it to be, though. And at $90, well, the Siren Blink exists. You're going to have fun with that one. Blastercorn. It's an $8 front-loading... An $8 single-shot front-loading blaster with a rear prime. It's got the gimmick with the wings. It looks like a unicorn. You shoot darts out of its horn. But you can also modify it to hit ridiculously hard, too. Like 150 FPS, probably more. That's a little bit of concern. So it has its fans, it has its uses, and for $8, it's a freaking unicorn blaster, man. It's kind of hard to hate that. We did put the Dart Zone Pro Mark II, the new colors on here. Why? Because it's fun to see what a $45 Dart Zone Pro Mark II could do compared to all of this. And the answer is still quite a lot. Solid blaster, internal mag, great secondary. It's compact as heck, and it's reasonably powerful. So there's a lot of reason to love it. But at $45, even though that's way cheaper than the original offering, it is still a very niche pick. It's solid, but it's niche. It's something you buy if you have everything and want a little bit more. The Siren Blink. You're talking $80 to $100 for rechargeable LiPo in the blaster with a recharge circuit on the blaster. You just plug the blaster into USB-C, charge up your battery. Then you've got customizable rate of fire, customizable power levels, which basically nothing else does right now, and not without going hobby stuff. So like your Gen 3 won't do that. Your Gen 2 won't do that. A lot of your other blasters, like your Sender and stuff, won't do that, but this will. So you could use it with stock blasters, you know, Nerf stock, and then you could also use it in high performance stuff. It is loud as heck, and the ergonomics are not for everybody, but it's still a really solid option if you want high performance and all of the value that comes with being able to change it to different performance marks. The agility. It's one of the best things in the entire N-Series line. It is a 6-shot revolver. It's so good, Hasbro already announced they're going to remake it like 5 times. And that's just what we know right now. Who knows how much more that's going to come out. Super solid, super good. If I gave you an agility, you might not be super happy with it, but you wouldn't really complain either. If you picked one up and took it to your local Nerf war, you'd probably have a good time with it. It's one of the best, I'm not the best, but it's probably the best option for anybody when it comes to N-Series. And just like the Ward at $10, it's kind of hard to hate it, and Hasbro is going to be dealing with the fact the agility is $10 and better than everything for a long time to come. Because every other blaster is going to hit pretty much the same performance marks as the agility, so it's already up there. The Maxim Pro. $40 Pro Strife on AA's. Very easy to convert to LiPo with one screw, undo an XT60 connector, XT30 connector, and plug in another LiPo, and boom, it automatically works. But then you can also convert it to full auto, which is not something I recommend, but if you did, you're probably going to have a heck of a time, because I had a heck of a time, and I wasn't expected to like it as much as I did. It is a super solid, high competitive blaster. It's really good. It's going to send flywheelers, like 3D printed ones, kind of scrambling, because it's going to be hard to beat that. Also, there might be some secret tech, jury's still out, where even if you bought 2 Maxims for $80, if you stack the cages together, you might actually get like 200 plus FPS. I don't know that for certain. I saw somebody do it. It was Prickly's Nerf Mods on one of his current things, but he doesn't have a chronograph to test it. But it sounded mean and it looked mean. The Aeon Pro X. This is one of the best values you can get when it comes to high performance foam flinging. It is $25 or $20 on a sale. You get all the power you want. You could get more, and it can be modded. There are springs for it. But then you also get the Scar muzzle in there. You get the mag. It is super solid. Plus Slamfire, if I'm not mistaken. All these things wind up to it being aggressively priced at a great location. Plus, some people like to have a little bit of a chunkier blaster. But in my opinion, it fell short of what the original Aeon Pro did. I can't directly compare it to something like the Nexus Pro X, but it's definitely under the Nexus Pro X, which is why it's sitting in A tier. It's great. It's just kind of underwhelming if you already have other options. If you're in the market, that's the blaster you should probably look at first if you weren't a fan of like the Fury X. And honestly, I think the Aeon Pro X has a lot more it can do than the Fury X. The Mirage. One of the last rival blasters we'll probably ever get, and it was a good one. Compact, mag-fed, looks awesome, slam fire. It's a brilliant blaster at a brilliant price point. You can get one for $10 right now off Amazon. Use the link in the description. You're not going to be happy if this slips out of your fingers and you never get one again. If that was the last way Nerf Rival goes, I'm glad the Mirage was one of the last ones. The Desperado. It's under $9, and it's one of the only other quick sidearms you can get in the hobby. That is something that you can be holding your primary, taking your shots, and if you needed to, draw, fire, put back, go back to using your primary. You don't have to put your primary down. You can easily do whatever. You can be holding a water bottle, a flag, a teammate, doing anything, and you can still use the Desperado, and it's $9, and it hits harder than practically anything Nerf has made in the last 20 years when it comes to dart shooters. And then you can mod it on top of that with if you have a 3D printer and a couple of minutes. Like, it's just a gift that keeps on giving. It does have some issues where if you don't let it fully reset, it jams up. Your hand might get cramped and tired if it's weak. There's plenty of jokes I can make about that, but the end of the day is this is a phenomenal blaster at an unbeatable price point where stock, it still has a use for almost every Nerfer out there. And modded, well, yeah, it's not only is it fun, but it's still really good. The Sprinter is the best N-Series blaster we've gotten so far, and I'm not even ashamed to say that. The blaster, I had to go get mine, does everything a good blaster should do. You can't see it because it's chroma keyed out. Its ergonomics are amazing. The trigger is fantastic. Every single part of this blaster is very well made, with the exception of what should be a cheek rest, because Hasbro don't understand, is actually sharp and rigid. So if you do, like, leg the pull is fine, Don't get me wrong, length of pole, perfect. But the cheek rest sucks. You can still get a sight picture, but yeah. You can see the problem with the sharp edge on that because Hasbro don't understand. If you're gonna buy an N-Series blaster and you want to, like, I would skip the Infinite. I would go for this because that trigger is so good. If you wanted to convert this for short darts, which there are kits for, I could highly recommend doing that because the shell is that good. If you hate the way it looks, I can't solve that for you. But if you wanted like a P90, not P90, this is really, really compelling. But we have the cream of the crop, the top of the top. It was a hard-fought battle, but unfortunately the Striker 2.0 lost to the Nexus Pro X. The Striker 2.0 is, in my opinion, one of the best blasters we got last year. It does a whole lot of everything. You've got mags, you've got a swappable drum. It is a little bit better to prime on the higher end than the Nexus Pro X, but on the lower end, it's not quite as nice to use. Pardon me. But it still has all the customization you also expect. Fast spring swaps, change out stocks, put whatever optics you want on Picatinny rails. It's got M-Lock, and of course, you can change out the priming grip with whatever you want. It does it all, and it does it really, really well. With the Nexus Pro, it's a nicer prime on the lower end, but a little bit less nicer prime on the higher end. So if you buy like the upgrade spring for the Nexus Pro X, it's going to hit the same velocity as your Striker. It's going to be a little bit less nice using it. That being said, you do get the B-Car with it and the Scar, and you get the useless scope that I hate. I think the priming grip on the Striker 2.0 out of the box is also better, but that's me. They're both fantastic blasters. I left it to the chat.
Let's rock.
And they picked the Nexus Pro being better. I'll read the super chats in just a second, but they don't hold a candle to the Venom Pro. Even at $50, you got the full auto pistol mag-in grip that everybody has been screaming their heads off for years. Something that modders and people who bought overseas blasters have had for a while. But this was on store shelves for $50 and it came with 2 mags and a rechargeable battery. That was an amazing deal then. But a couple of months ago, we saw it hit $25. And then on top of that, it's on sale right now for $40. And they have new colors coming because I actually know for a fact, these things disappeared off store shelves and everybody struggled to get one for like 2 months. If you didn't get one at the beginning of like summer, you probably couldn't get one for a while. So if you had a game, you're probably hurting. The Venom Pro is one of the greatest products we have ever gotten. And I really don't know how that's going to be beat. It is that good. If you don't have one, virtually every single foam flinger out there can do with one. And when I say one, even if you bought one and you got a second one from Grandma and Grandpa for Christmas, you would be ecstatic because then you can dual wield. It's just that good. And that's the reason why it's at the top of the list. And I don't think that surprises anybody because it's the Venom freaking Pro. Plus, you can mod it with kits and turn it into SMGs and do all sorts of cool stuff. It's the best. Fight me. It's the best. Okay, hopefully that answers some people's questions on why things are there. The people asking that probably still aren't stuck around, but yeah. So let me read the chat. Classic for real. Just to point out that a Seagull Harrier looks better than the Muller, but the Muller won't get you into trouble. This is true. That was one of Siren's concerns. That's why it looks the way it does. They could have made the grip suck less so, that's for sure. And Classic for real one more time. Bump up the Rainforest ship. If Stuart and Sam from the Trek Yards were here, they'd get it. But they're not, so I'm probably the only one who gets. I have no idea. I'm sorry. Where can I buy the full auto pistol at the top of the S tier? It's at Target. If you're not in the US, I don't know because I don't live in your country. Since this is a tier lost to value, I think Venom Pro should be lower because of the price. What? Since this is a tier lost for value? I don't quite understand that, Travis. But yeah. This is, I think this is a pretty solid list. We could have maybe had one more tier in here just to break things up a little bit. How does the pistol in S tier compare to Diana? It's 80% of the way to the Diana for 1/5 the price. I'm gonna save this before I forget. I try to save these for posterity. I have the last one we did too. I don't know if like me regurgitating these tier lists is worth a video. I could. It's a bit harder. Like I could do it from the beginning and with the explanations I just made. But the reason why I like doing these live is because it's easy for you guys to involve. Because like, there are things that I would trash that you guys liked and I didn't think about. That's why it's more of a collaborative effort. Yes, of course I've seen the Blue Venom, Nate. The Venom Banshee kit, I might actually try to get one of those. Oh, man, we've been going for how long? Forever. The answer is that. Forever. I think we did good time. There's a lot of blasters. There's a lot of discussions. I had to gush about a couple of things. I think we did good, though. Any other thoughts? Because I kind of want to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner and say hi to my wife since she's been home and I haven't seen her. She's probably asleep. Seagull stripes for the Striker 2.0. You could do that. I'm not sure how the point of aim is. It might be fine. I haven't tried it myself. Where's the torrent? The torrent is right there. It's kind of hidden, but it's there. It's right here. Classic Fuel with a $1 super chat. I agree for Thirsty for Foam. This was fun. Putting money where my mouth is with this. They're claiming the same FPS as I don't know, Nate. I don't think Adam has ever led us wrong, to be honest, so. What do you think is currently the best blaster of 2025? Man. I mean, it's kind of the Fury X just on every front. I'm trying to remember if I got the Kunlun this year, though. If I got the Kunlun, that's actually really up there. I would count that just because it's not 3D printed. If you include 3D printed blasters, this list would be 4 times bigger and take forever, and it would be 30 different pump-action magazine-fed springers. Fury X is up there. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Cricket Pro is also pretty freaking good. I really like the less expensive, more capable blasters. Some people say it's the Quinlan, but I looked it up on Google. Everything said Kunlun. I have seen them on store shelves, at least pictures of them, Travis. But yeah, most people are buying them off Walmart.com. Fury X is ridiculous at $15. It really is. Imagine when the Fury X is on sale for like $9, $7. Like, you walk up and say, "Oh, Fury X, $7." You just grab all of them, throw them in the cart. It's like, yeah, I have 40 Fury X's. Why do you ask? I'm gonna start my own Nerf arena. Screw it. I'm just gonna load all the Fury X's and just wear them like on every inch of my body and just empty them and throw them at people. Yeah, I try not to think about those, Supa. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but the Kunlun is pronounced 3 re still 5 me. Yeah. I mean, it can be, but I think for the most part, it's I can see both sides of the argument on that one. I think if you were at like a park or something and you saw the Kunlun from a while away and it's like a bright white or it's all one solid color, it could like, oh my god, that's one of those assault band dodging weapons from the early 90s. I could see that, but most people are going to think it like, you get like a Super Soaker would look more aggressive than the Kunlun. Kunlun? Fruit of the Loom? I don't know. Don't, Jidus. That's my... I mean, the ones done by major companies barely work. It would be hard for me to recommend some rando make one. Many have tried, most have failed. All right. I've been staring at two very bright lights for the last 4 hours. I don't even think I had a bathroom break. That's the kind of, you know, horror I put myself through for you guys. But I think it was a fun stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me see what we got. Still got 119 people watching, but we peaked at about 200, which is insane. And then it plummeted because that's my life. How many subscribers did I lose? That's always the fun thing. You know, what's this fat kid talking about Nerf blasters at the top of my subscription feed? I actually don't even know. I might have gained subscribers. I think I might have actually gained subscribers, which would be new. I'm sure I'll lose them over the next couple of days anyway. Next video might be out tomorrow. I haven't decided if I want to save it for Monday or not. It's gonna be kind of a like, hey, we almost had a thing video. We talked about it once on stream and I forgot about it until I found my Boomco double rush that I posted on, and then was like, oh, well, yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna post this to the community page because that's gonna be fun to see all the comments of people raging. Why is this blaster not up higher? It's the best. But yeah, we might have a video tomorrow. We might have it Monday. I haven't fully decided. Yeah, you can see like I have a bunch of trash on the floor, stuff I've meant to review, stuff I haven't done, some I did and then didn't edit. And it's actually, yeah, it's still filtering out everything. There we go. As you can see, though, I moved my desk. I like it here. It's a little bit better. Yeah, I didn't used to. I moved my whole studio, or my desk into the studio, for the simple reason that, like, heating one part of the studio is better than trying to deal with both. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. And that's not still a thing, is it? What's my favorite flavor of ice cream? Damn, that's a hard one. I'm quite partial to the Haagen-Dazs pineapple coconut, but I also really like cookie dough. Usually my safe bet is either Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or cookie dough. New tag back. There are actually tag backs coming. I hope they do okay. I stopped doing them because, like, I think I did one that got like 8,000 views, and I was like, okay, I'm not doing another tag back for a while. But I've also done a tag back that I filmed in like 2 hours, and it has like 150,000 views. So I don't know. I'm gonna do them. I'm gonna try to spread them out. I might go to one tag back a week. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna do a week of tag or a month of tag backs or anything because that's like insane. Moose Tracks is pretty good. But yeah, we have the next tag back will be on the Thunderstrike 10. I just haven't decided if I want to do the Thunderstrike 10 and 20 in one video. I have both of them back there. And I don't want to try to find batteries for the Thunderstrike 20. Cheese and corn ice cream? I would puke at the thought of that. I mean, I would hold on to your brand new one and wait until you find a second one because they usually pop up. People lose the shells and they just donate them to Goodwill. I love tag back vids. Well, that's actually a high recommendation coming from you, Dorian. Fuzzy Walrus War Room. I don't even remember doing that. What? Fuzzy Walrus War Room? I don't know. I'm doing a lot of different stuff. Oh, and for those of you that are still here, I can't do a video on this yet, but ooh, there's one of them. Yeah, that is a B-car on the end of my melee weapon. Not actually a melee weapon. This thing is knuckin' futz, though, I can tell you that much. And, yeah, I don't know how much these will cost. I've seen what M416 is selling them for. I don't know what it's going to cost elsewhere, but yeah, it's straight up magazine, lever action. I mean, this thing's ridiculous. It's right now, it's like 230 FPS. You can't sling this one, obviously, but that precarious moment where a fat kid bends over in a chair and waits for something to hear to snap. This one you can. So, yeah. These are super fun. But because of the nature of what they are, as in a small company, small run, injection molded, cool thing, these are not made by Hasbro or Dart Zone. They're going to cost a bit more. That being said, you want lever action, you want really good lever action that's not gonna be overly huge or anything like that and still be extremely, yeah, these are great. You want lever action, you get lever action. And it's honestly not that bad to aim like that, surprisingly enough. I know it's stupid, I do kind of wish it had a rail. I think one of the first things that's gonna come out is somebody's going to find a thing to, like, make a thing to replace the blade and have a wrap around and have a picatinny rail, and you're just going to hold it like, because that's like with this one, you're going to hold it like that. It's easy to prime. It's easy to, these things are so freaking awesome. Yeah, they'll probably be expensive. I'm expecting, from what I've seen from, like, what was it, M416 Blaster, they want, like, I think $100 or something for them, and obviously they're the cheapest. So when they come over here, they're going to be, probably a little bit more. It's gonna be worth $25. How dare that one person from earlier stream donate me? Also the Help Fund tag. Oh, thank you. I actually spent a lot on those Thunderstrike 10s. But yeah, these are awesome. I cannot begin to explain how much I love. These are my favorite thing ever. These are perfect. You notice one has a long blade, one has a shorter one. Yeah. And I mean, for a bladed thing, they're pretty firm. It's not the worst thing ever. Like, it's pretty squishy. But for, like, if you're in a game and you're doing your thing, it'd be very easy to just go, like, tab, like, you're out. Like, I carry a foam knife at games for that exact reason, because there are small children with FDLs, and I don't want to, like, clonk one or shoot one point blank, so I usually have the foam knife and I walk up and go, tab. That's why I use them. These are kind of similar, because you're like, you're out, you're out, you're out. See a guy you don't like? See a guy you really don't like? Yeah, these are super fun. I can't wait to show you guys the video on these, because it's like my favorite thing ever, and they're so good. I know the price point. Like, when I saw the price point, I went, that's higher than I wanted it to be. I didn't have to pay that much. It's higher than I wanted it to be, though. Better than the Awaken. Actually, maybe. I have another blaster coming, too, that it's not going to replace the Awaken for me, but it's a very similar idea with the engineering taken to the max. I still don't know how this thing works. It's pure magic. And people are going to see it, and it's going to be like, all right, I could almost understand the Awaken, but this is ridiculous. I don't know why you like this at all. And I'm super stoked for it. All right. I love you guys. Thank you so much for letting me rant. Thank you so much for having so many people here for the live stream. It was fun. I'm going to go see if my wife still exists and probably go to the bathroom and relax, enjoy my night off. We might have a video tomorrow. If not, we'll have one Monday. I know I've said that 100 times. This time I mean it, because it's pretty much already done. I just want to, if I want to release it tonight or tomorrow. You guys are awesome. Have a good night. Thank you so much. I seriously mean that. You guys' support has been fantastic. And as long as you guys keep liking and subscribing and leaving comments and stuff like that, I will keep making videos. That's my promise to you. If I got 100, or like 1,000 subscribers tomorrow, I would be putting out a video every day of the week. So I will work as much as I have to, because I want to make sure that I don't fall into the same slump I did last year. I want to try to outdo what I did in 2024 by the end of like April, which shouldn't be that hard. Hopefully the quality hasn't gone down too much. I did simplify the process. I'm not even using really a script anymore. I'm back to just freewheeling everything. I think I'm good at it. That's why I do it. And it has been not catastrophic yet. We'll see what happens. I'm having fun. I like Nerf. I like foam flingers. And I do like making videos when they're not a pain in the ass to make. So we'll see what happens. You guys are great. Thank you very much, Classic For Real. Thank you very much, David Bullock. Thank you very much, 10 Soldier YouTube. Thank you very much, Fire Guy. Thank you very much, Vesic. Thank you very much, Travis Wen. Thank you very much, Solonus. Thank you very much, Gidius Maximus. Let's not forget the people who tipped, like Fire Guy, Keaton Kavosha, Yona JJ, the Cyber Medic, Solonus, Bryson111, and of course, Biohazard Madness. And Nathan Wright, of course. Nathan's still up there. Nathan got top billing for the entire stream. You guys are awesome. All right, I think I've said enough. Enjoy the rest of the song.